Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. At this time, I will take public comment on closed session agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. The items on the closed session agenda are as follows. Item B1, Public Employee Appointment Employment. B2, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. B3, Conference with Legal Counsel Anticipated Litigation. B4, Student Readmissions. And B5, Student Expulsions. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on closed session items?
President Manieri, there are no blue cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess to closed session. Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, opening this meeting Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement. Please remain standing through our land acknowledgement. Leading us in our land acknowledgement today is our Coordinator of Wellness and Engagement, Gustavo Mendoza.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homeland of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homeland of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to better steward of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people.
Thank you, Gustavo. You may all be seated. Item C3 on tonight's agenda is report of actions taken in closed session. The board has nothing to report this evening. Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We are seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 2023-2405.
Move to approve staff recommendation on case number 2223-2405.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
I'm seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 2023-2408.
Move to approve case number 2023/2408.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention this evening? Seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or superintendent, are there any adjustments? Okay, this brings us to item C7, special presentations for Student of the Month and certificated classified employees of the month. Tonight, we have students, families, and school staff joining us from Abraham Lincoln Elementary School and Herbert Slater Middle School. The presentations this evening will honor our students for their academics, their character, and other praiseworthy accomplishments. We will also be honoring our certificated and classified employees for their outstanding dedication and service. Joining us for these presentations, we have Principal Wilson from Abraham Lincoln Elementary School and Principal Partika from Herbert Slater Middle School. If you don't mind making your way down or joining us on Zoom. There you go.
Good evening, school board. I am Dr. Janine Wilson. I'm the principal of Abraham Lincoln. Thank you so much for this opportunity tonight to celebrate our students and staff from Abraham Lincoln. First, I have before you a sixth grader, Finn King, looking extremely handsome tonight, if I do say so myself. Finn Keen is an amazing sixth grade student in the Extensive Support Needs Program, also known as the ESN program at Abraham Lincoln. He is a student that stands out. Excuse me if I get emotional. He is a student that stands out for his tremendous progress over the course of the last year and a half. Finn has shown his leadership qualities with his peers in terms of demonstrating appropriate behavior in a classroom setting and showing an academic drive. Watching the growth, success, development, and maturity of Finn has been a pleasure to us all. Finn is extremely imaginative. He loves art and creating his own characters. Drawing make-believe characters is one of his most preferred activities. Finn has made himself a YouTube channel where he loves to create skits with some of the drawings he has made. I highly recommend you all check it out. These skits are fictional characters from his imagination where he builds plots for each character. Finn is also big into movies. He has a unique mind that helps him remember specific dates when the new movies are debuting. Finn has shown a growing interest in sports recently, specifically soccer, yet also enjoys collaborative games such as Silent Ball, Four Corners, and Jeopardy. Finn is an all-around great person who is well-deserving of Abraham Lincoln Student of the Month. It's going to take Patty a moment to get through all her flowers she's received tonight. Patty Cruz is our family engagement facilitator at Abraham Lincoln. Patty is more than just a family engagement facilitator, yet is an essential part of the Abraham Lincoln family and community. She's especially showing this week while we're down a few people in the office. Patty joined Santa Rosa City Schools in 2002. She has shown her love and dedication to the school and students of Santa Rosa, both from inside the classroom as an aide, as well as the office as a FEF. Patty takes pride in her work and everything she does. She is consistently seen working with families, students, and staff alike. She builds relationships with everyone she encounters and is often requested personally by families. When students come into the office upset, she has the ability to quickly calm the students down and tend to their needs. She works closely with the parents of our PFO, our school site council, our ELAC, as well as family for any other needs. She is also a key reason the disadvantaged students are provided gifts at Christmas from her organizing the Christmas of Unlimited each year. Patty is never without a smile, is positive, kind, sincere, energetic, a team player, and willing to go above and beyond every day. She will be the first to lend a hand, open a door, or go the extra mile without even being asked. Her pride for Abraham Lincoln is seen not only in her tremendous work, but in how she respects and treats everyone she encounters. Excuse me. Patty is an amazing employee and is well deserving of this award. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. You know, you never realize how emotionally attached you are till you get to be the proud mama up here. So before you, you have Brett Kovacs. He is one of our 4 through 6 extensive support needs, or also known as ESN teacher at Abraham Lincoln. When Brett started at Lincoln last year, everyone he encountered could feel his positive, enthusiastic energy. He starts and ends his day with the same amount of smiles and positivity, no matter what the day throws at him. His classroom has continual student engagement and student-centered activities in which the students thrive not only at their individual abilities, yet are also being challenged to grow. The individual growth of many of the students, even after only 1 year in his class, has shown amazing growth. Brett's influence at Lincoln is not only limited to his classroom, yet school-wide. When he learned that Abraham Lincoln had never had a yearbook, Mr. Kovacs stepped right up and made it happen last year. Last year, Lincoln had its first yearbook, greatly due to Brett and going the extra mile. In addition, Mr. Kovacs also for the first time had Abraham Lincoln's 4th through 6th grade special education students participate in the Special Olympics at Windsor High School. As a side note, we were only joined in 1 activity last year, and this year, due to Mr. Kovacs, we are participating in 3, both it's soccer, basketball, and track. Mr. Kovacs is always looking for opportunities to have his students to be included, which is why he has had some general ed students join in the supporting the Special Olympics as well. It was an amazing opportunity for all students and staff. Abraham Lincoln is looking forward to our participation in the Special Olympics again this year and for years to come. Brett does not only give 100%, but he is someone who consistently goes above and beyond. His positively and friendly demeanor makes working with him enjoyable. Brett is a team player and collaborates with the entire staff, including the administration. Brett is flexible and is always willing and ready to work tirelessly for the Lincoln staff, students, parents, and community at large. Mr. Kovacs is a tremendous asset to Abraham Lincoln and very willing to have this reward. Thank you, Mr. Kovacs.
Congratulations again, Finn, Patty, and Brett, for all of the work that you do. We really appreciate you. Next, we have Principal Partika coming down from Slater Middle School.
All right, greetings, President Maneri, Superintendent Trinnell and Board of Trustees. I am very humbled to be here before you and these award winners and recipients. So thank you for this opportunity to share some of the wonderful things that are going on at Slater Middle School and to have present incredible exemplars of these amazing things that are going on at Slater. I'll start with our student of the month, Evelyn Robinson. Evelyn Robinson is an amazing student with a bright future ahead. According to her teachers, she's a talented actor. She has a strong stage presence that draws the audience in and encourages her castmates to rise to the occasion. She is kind, she is polite, and a positive influence on others. She is hardworking, compassionate, and she cares about her fellow classmates. She is a joy to have in class and brings amazing enthusiasm and energy to everything that she does. Even though she has all A's in her classes, school for Evelyn is so much more than grades. Her connections with teachers and her peers show that school for Evelyn is about connections and making the most out of every moment. A little bit about Evelyn: she loves soccer, being in nature, hiking, and reading. Evelyn also enjoys traveling and cares deeply about the earth and the environment. In the future, she would like to be a wildlife biologist. As principal, I am truly proud of Evelyn and know that she has a bright future. This bright future does not just entail academics, but extends to everything she hopes to accomplish. I'm certain of it. Slater is lucky to have Evelyn, and I hope she will continue to make a difference in her life and in the life of others. It is with great joy that I get to award Evelyn with the Student of the Month award. Now I would like to award my Certificated Employee of the Month, Adriana Howarth. Adriana Howarth is an amazing asset to Slater. Our staff describes her as being honest, calm, knowledgeable, helpful, sweet, and kind. Adriana shows her love for our students by supporting them in great times of need. When students are going through some of the most difficult moments of their educational career, Adriana is there to help the students and their families. We are so lucky to have her and only wish we could have, only wish that we could have her full time. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So that's, sorry. Another staff member wrote, Adriana is the best school psychologist that I have ever had the privilege of working with. She is the most organized person I have ever met. Adriana is always calm, even in challenging situations. She has a positive attitude, and at times, even when those around do not, Adriana has been able to help and or get help for students with significant behavioral, emotional needs, and works long hours to provide to organization and support which benefits our entire school. Although I personally feel that her responsibilities far outweigh her time, She gets everything done without a complaint and with a smile on her face. Adriana is one of the greatest gifts our school has ever received, and we will be forever grateful. As a principal, I am deeply thankful for Mrs. Howard's commitment to our students and our staff. Her commitment to those most in need is unwavering and true and comes from a place of sincerity. I hope she knows her true value, and it's with great humility that I present the Certificated Employee of the Month Award to Adriana Howarth. Now for our classified employee of the month. Unfortunately, they are quite ill right now and weren't able to make it. But I like to go forward nonetheless because he does need to be recognized for our classified employee of the month. Zachary Ross is one of a kind, a true difference maker. In summation, our staff had this to say about Mr. Ross. He has made a huge impact on many of our students, especially students that need a positive male role model. He always interacts with students in a positive way, even if he is working with them because of behavioral concerns. Zach does many things that go beyond the scope of his job, working beyond his hours or getting supplies for a student in need because he truly cares. Ross has always made very positive connections with the staff for all of the same reasons. He has been a source of positivity, especially on days when there are challenges. He is a benefit to our staff, our students, and the parents at Slater. We're grateful that he is a Spartan. Ross is an advocate for many. He's able to reach our most challenging students and guide them to make better choices. He works well not only with students, but with staff, and often works to mend damaged relationships that have developed between students or staff. He is a connections maker and a repairer. He cares deeply about our community and is a dynamic role model for us all. My hope is that he will continue to pursue his goals here at Slater, where there is a great need for his progressive ideas. As a principal, I am grateful for Mr. Ross, his dedication to his staff, his students. He has been a voice for our teachers and our students for a safer and more caring campus. Slater is in his heart, and his passion for a brighter future for all is undeniable. Mr. Ross is truly one of a kind, and it's with great pride that I present him with our Classified Employee of the Month Award.
Thank you, Principal Partika, and congratulations once more to Evelyn, Adriana, and Zach. This brings us to item C8 on our agenda, school site parent organization updates. And this evening, we have parent and ELAC representatives presenting from Abraham Lincoln Elementary School and Slater Middle School. And we will bring down folks from Lincoln Elementary School first. We have Maria Bautista Sanchez, ELAC representative, Araceli Orozco, ELAC representative, and Maria Uc, PTO representative.
Buenas noches, buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva de Santa Rosa, Escuela de Santa Rosa. Buenas tardes, Superintendente Ana Tuel. Mi nombre es María U y me siento muy orgullosa y muy feliz de ser la presidenta de la Organización de Padres de Familia y Maestros de PFO de la Escuela Abraham Lincoln. Por varios años ya empecé a colaborar a la escuela desde el 2011 hasta la fecha.
Good afternoon, members of Santa Rosa City Schools Board. Good afternoon, Superintendent Anna Turnell. Good afternoon to all those attending this board meeting. My name is Maria Uk, and I'm very proud and happy to be the president of the Parent Faculty Organization, PFO, of Abraham Lincoln School for several years now. I started collaborating with the school from 2011 to this day.
Nuestra organización se encargan a proveer espíritu estudiantes, hace de nuestros estudiantes y familiares se sientan orgullosos de ser de parentes de la escuela Lincoln, vistiendo las playeras escolar todos los días viernes. ¿Sí? Dentro de las actividades que realizamos para nuestra comunidad escolar, planeamos en la noche de regreso a la escuela y un desfile de Halloween. Por primera vez vamos a montar un altar para celebrar el Día de los Muertos en uno de los patios de la escuela. Nuestro siguiente evento sería el Festival de Invierno en diciembre. Y por la segunda vez planeamos tener nuestra noche multicultural alrededor del marzo.
Our organization is responsible for promoting student spirit, making our students and families feel proud to belong to Lincoln School by wearing the school shirt every Friday. This year, we have heard the request from staff and students to offer Lincoln sweatpants. We are working on adding to our spirit wear. Among the activities we carry out for our school community, we plan back to school night, a Halloween parade, and for the first time, we are going to set up an altar to celebrate the Day of the Dead in one of the school courtyards. Our next event will be the Winter Festival in December. For the second time, we plan to have our multicultural night around March. Last year was Lincoln's first multicultural event, which was a success, and we are looking to grow and have more music, food, and celebration this year.
En este año escolar, en nuestras reuniones de PFO se estarán integrando nuevos padres, lo que es muy importante que más padres se involucren en las actividades escolares con nuestros hijos. Que se sienten muy orgullosos cuando ven a sus padres participando en las escuelas y los motives para ser mejor estudiantes.
This school year, new parents are joining our PFO meetings, which is very important for more parents to get involved in school activities. Our children feel very proud when they see that their parents participate in school and motivate them to be better students.
También nos encargaremos a organizar la celebración del Día del Niño al fines de abril, donde proveeremos libros gratis para todos los estudiantes para promover la lectura en los niños.
We are also in charge of organizing the Children's Day celebration at the end of April, where we provide free books for students to promote reading.
Solo me resta decirles que seguimos trabajando en mejorar la participación de nuestras escuelas en partes interior. Deseamos llenar la escuela de flores y plantas para que se vea más atractiva y más bonita, que los estudiantes, los padres y familiares y los maestros se sientan bienvenidos y empiecen con gusto cada día de nuestros académicos.
It only remains for me to say that we continue working on improving the appearance of our school on the inside. We want to fill the school with flowers and plants so that it looks more attractive and beautiful, so that students, parents, and teachers feel welcome and begin each year of academic instructions with pleasure.
Muchísimas gracias por su atención. En un honor podemos presentarnos en esta reunión, en esta junta directiva de la Escuela de Santa Rosa. Buenas noches.
Thank you very much for your attention. It is an honor to be able to present ourselves at this meeting of the board of the Santa Rosa City Schools. Too many papers. Okay.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva de las escuelas de Santa Rosa. Buenas tardes, superintendente Ana Truner. Buenas tardes a todos los asistentes a esta reunión de la junta directiva.
Good afternoon, members of Santa Rosa City Schools Board. Good afternoon, Superintendent Ana Tronel. Good afternoon to all those attending this board meeting.
Mi nombre es María Bautista. Me siento muy orgullosa de ser representante de ILAC de la escuela Abraham Lincoln. He colaborado con las escuelas de mis hijos desde hace 3 años. Siendo una madre de ILAC, he aprendido el gran impacto que tienen mis hijos al involucrarme en las actividades y reuniones de la escuela.
My name is Maria Bautista, and I'm very proud to be the ILAC representative of Abraham Lincoln Elementary School. I have collaborated with my children's school for 3 years. Being an ILAC mother, I have learned that great impact that being involved in school activities and meetings has on my children.
En cada una de las reuniones de ILAC, se nos instruye sobre diferentes temas que nos ayudan como padres a que nuestros hijos tengan éxitos en la escuela, especialmente si son aprendices de inglés. Es muy gratificante saber que el distrito y la escuela siguen las regulaciones de los exámenes de ELPAC, tanto iniciales como sumativos. De acuerdo a los resultados de estos exámenes, tanto maestros como padres podemos apreciar el progreso de nuestros estudiantes en el idioma inglés.
In each of the ILAC meetings, we are instructed on different topics that help us as parents how to support our children to be successful in school, especially if they are English learners. It is very gratifying to know that the district and the school follow the LPAC testing regulations, both for the initial and summative. According to the results of these exams, both teachers and parents can appreciate the progress of our students in the English language.
Es muy gratificante saber que las escuelas tienen reuniones del Comité de Revisión de Aceleración del Idioma, LARC, donde se discuten los procesos o la ayuda necesaria para que nuestros estudiantes aprendices de inglés avancen en el dominio del inglés y puedan ser reclasificados.
It is very gratifying to know that the school has Language Acceleration Review Committee, LARC, Meetings where the process of support needed for our English learner students to advance in English proficiency and be reclassified are discussed.
Quiero añadir que en las reuniones de ILAC se nos da orientación sobre los servicios educativos que ofrece Lincoln a los aprendices de inglés, como tutoría después de la escuela, trabajar en grupos pequeños con la maestra de TOSA y mínimo de 30 minutos en clase para ayudar a acelerar el dominio del idioma.
I want to add that at ELAC meetings, we are giving guidance on the educational services Lincoln offers to English learners, such as an after-school tutoring, working in small groups with TOSA teachers, and a minimum of 30 minutes in class to help accelerate language acquisition.
Se nos ha orientado sobre lo importante que es la asistencia diaria de los estudiantes, porque cuando los estudiantes tienen una buena asistencia, tienen más oportunidades de aprendizaje.
We also have been guided on how important daily students' attendance is, because when students have a good attendance, they have more learning opportunities.
También contamos con el apoyo de Educación Migrante, que este año está dando la tutoría en persona y por medio de Zoom.
We also have the support of Migrant Education, which this year is providing tutoring in person and through Zoom.
Todo lo anterior está estipulado en el plan de la Escuela Lincoln.
All of the above is stipulated in the Lincoln School Plan.
Por último, los padres de familia de Lincoln nos sentimos muy honrados de que nuestra escuela recibió una beca por parte de Hecho en Santa Rosa para pintar las puertas de los salones de clases con mensajes e imágenes positivas. Deseamos que se plasmen mensajes contra el racismo, el odio, el acoso estudiantil y la violencia.
Lastly, Lincoln parents are very honored that our school received a grant from Made in Santa Rosa to paint classroom doors with positive messages and images. We want messages against racism, hatred, bullying, and violence to be expressed.
Doy las gracias de todo corazón a todas las personas que se están a cargo del bienestar educativo de nuestros estudiantes en la Escuela de Santa Rosa. Gracias.
I wholeheartedly thank you to all the people who are in charge of the educational well-being of our students in Santa Rosa City Schools.
Muchísimas gracias por ese reporte informativo, se los agradecemos. Next is Adrián Juárez, elect representative from Slater Middle School, and Amanda Dalton, PTO representative.
Primeramente, buenas noches, Presidenta Manieri, Superintendente Ana Trunel, padres y miembros de la comunidad que están en esta noche, ¿verdad? En esta reunión que toman temas muy importantes, ¿verdad? Trataré de ser breve y específico en mi presentación para los demás que están por presentar, ¿verdad?
Mr. Juarez greets you all, especially you, Superintendent Trunell, members of the board. Knows that you're tackling very important topics, but he's going to try and keep it brief this evening.
Pues de nuevo, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Adrián. Tengo 3 hijos en este distrito de Santa Rosa. Mi hijo mayor está en Montgomery, mi hija está en Slater y el más pequeño está en Santa Rosa French American School. De antemano, gracias por la oportunidad que me dan en esta noche para presentar información de nuestro comité de ELAC. Desafortunadamente, Han sido tiempos difíciles que hemos enfrentado como padres en relación con el virus del COVID que ha afectado a nivel mundial. A pesar de todo eso, seguimos trabajando en equipo con el personal del distrito, de las escuelas. Recientemente hubo cambios en la escuela con el director, pero seguimos apoyando de la mejor manera a toda la escuela. En la escuela Slater estamos trabajando de la siguiente forma. En la primera reunión se provee información sobre el comité de ILAC, como por ejemplo, cómo se conforma el comité de ILAC, cuáles son las responsabilidades del comité de ILAC, qué es lo que recomienda el comité de ILAC al director y personal de la escuela y también el concilio escolar. Y también dónde tiene que existir un comité de ILAC. Temas a tratar, por mencionar algunas estrategias para asistencia o involucramiento de padres para apoyar este comité. Información sobre los beneficios de reclasificación de los estudiantes. Información y especificar la diferencia del examen del Estado y del examen de LPAC. Información del proceso de voluntariado, ahora que está disponible en español, y también temas de interés en relación a lo que está pasando actualmente. Ahorita, al momento, en las reuniones de Slater y Montgomery, quiero mencionar Slater y Montgomery porque son las escuelas donde yo estoy apoyando, ¿verdad? Que se está llevando el mismo sistema en las dos escuelas, ¿verdad? En las reuniones de Slater y Montgomery se ha proveído cuidado de niños y algunos bocadillos para los padres, para que se sientan en familia todos juntos. Espero este beneficio se pueda proveer en todas las escuelas del distrito. En las escuelas de Montgomery y Slater, donde estamos apoyando, la comunicación con los padres se ha enviado por medio de correo electrónico, Parent Square, mensaje de texto y llamada automática. Y letreros electrónicos que están enfrente de la escuela. Toda esta información se envía con 72 horas de anticipación. Quiero mencionar un punto importante que algunos padres han dejado de saber, que en otras escuelas no se está enviando la agenda de este comité con 72 horas de anticipación, como dice el reglamento. Los animo a los administradores a seguir trabajando con el comité de ILAC y se pueda enviar la agenda con tiempo y los padres puedan ver los temas y despierte el interés por asistir a las reuniones. Por el momento termino mi presentación, no sin antes invitarlos a nuestras reuniones de ILAC en las escuelas y las reuniones del comité de DILAC. Muchas gracias y seguiremos avanzando por el bienestar de cada uno de nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Adrian. I have 3 children in Santa Rosa City Schools. My son who goes to Montgomery, my daughter in Slater, the youngest at Santa Rosa French American. Thank you in advance for the opportunity that you've given me tonight to present information from our ELAC committee. Unfortunately, these have been difficult times that we've faced with parents with the COVID virus that has affected the world. Despite all of this, we continue to work with it as a team with the school district staff. Recently, there were changes and with a new principal in the school, and we continue to support the entire school in the best way possible. At Slater School, we are working in the following ways. In the first meeting, information about the ELAC committee was provided, such as how was the ELAC committee formed? What are the responsibilities of the ELAC committee? What does the ELAC committee recommend to the principal and the staff of the principal and also to the school council? And when and where does an ELAC committee need to exist? Topics to discuss include strategies for attendance or involvement of parents to support this committee, information about the benefits of student reclassification, the explanation of the difference between state exams and the LPAC exam, information about volunteering process, which is now available in Spanish, and also topics of interest in relation to what is currently happening. At the meetings at Slater at Montgomery, and he stepped aside for a moment to say he's mentioning Montgomery also because he has children that attend both schools. Childcare has been provided in these meetings, as well as snacks for parents, so that everyone can sit together as a family. I hope this benefit can be provided in all the schools of the district. In Montgomery and Slater, we are supporting communication with parents, and it has been sent with email, Parent Square, text messages, and automated calls, and the electronic marquees that are in front of the schools. All this information is sent with 72 hours in advance. I want to mention this important point that some parents have stated that in other schools, they are not sending the committee agendas 72 hours in advance as required by law. I encourage administrators to continue working with ELAC committees, and the agenda should be sent in advance so that parents can see the topics and awaken their interest in attending the meetings. For now, I'm finishing my presentation, but not before inviting you to our ELAC meetings in schools and our DLAC committee meetings. Thank you so very much. We will continue to work for the well-being of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Dalton, Herbert Slater Parent Teacher Organization PTO President. Last year, we were a small group of volunteers. 2 months into the school year, we are a strong PTO with 116 members. We have raised $5,422, over a third of our annual goal, and have a big event later this week. PTO funds student incentives such as this Renaissance program, Pride Page, and Accelerated Reader program. We collaborate and run events such as our upcoming haunted house, warm welcome back events, bingo night, and teacher appreciation events. Our spring bingo night was one of the most successful school events with over 220 people attending. We help fund field trips. We provide volunteers for school dances. We give back to our students with our backpack drive, hygiene kits, and coat drive. All PTO fundraisers serve to support students on campus. We work hard to elevate Slater to help better support our kids and community. This year, our goals are focusing on safety, improving Slater's reputation, and building community. Middle school is 2 years. Those 2 years are some of the most important years of our children's development, and they need our support now more than ever. They go from being tiny sixth graders to almost adults in a very short amount of time. Many kids can get lost at this age. To come to a school that is welcoming and has the support and guidance of their parents and staff can make all the difference to these kids. Our next big event is our haunted house this Friday from 5:30 to 8:30. Open to all. We have a twisted Alice in Wonderland themed haunted house, trunk or treat, food truck, Day of the Dead altar, face painting, and more. If you can help, we are looking for haunted house decorators and parents to hand out candy at our trunk or treat. Tickets will be available at the event, and we invite you all to come out and support Slater. With the help and support of our current administration, we plan to bring back these family events and weave them into our community and framework. Mr. Partika has made a positive impact on Slater in the short time he has been there by focusing and improving on campus safety. I can't wait to see the other changes this administration will bring to our school and look forward to a remarkable year. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda and Adrian, for those very informative presentations, and we appreciate all of the work that you're doing on behalf of your communities. At this time, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before we enter into our reports for the evening. So folks are welcome to stay, or if you're here to celebrate a loved one or a friend who was recognized this evening, you're welcome to continue celebrating with them. We will get started with the rest of the meeting in 5 minutes. our meeting in the next minute or so. Okay. We're going to resume our meeting this evening with our reports. Item D1 on the agenda is California School Employee Association Santa Rosa 75 report. And I welcome our CSCA President, Mary Lehman.
President Manieri, there is no report tonight from CSCA 75.
Thank you so much. This brings us to item D2, Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. I welcome President Catherine Howell.
Good evening. I'll lower this down a little bit. Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and members of the community. My name is Catherine Howell. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 900 teachers in the city of Santa Rosa. I want to start tonight with a big thank you to our school psychologists. I know that resolution is coming up as one of our agenda items. We have not enough school psychologists, and the ones we do have work really, really hard every single day for our students' well-being. They look after their social needs, their social intelligence and development, their emotional intelligence and development, and they make them better kids all around. So thank you to our school psychologists. Another item on our agenda tonight is the restorative practices. I'm going to thank you for that report. We know that restorative practices can make a difference in our students' lives. We've all seen it happen, but we also know that it can't function without other supports around it and without some real support and intervention for students. One of the slides in tonight's presentation says we need to provide training and maintain consistency district-wide. I completely agree, but that's not happening. We've got teachers that haven't never been trained in restorative practices. We have a lot of brand new restorative people, which is awesome, but also means that they need training, and to be able to implement this with expertise and effectiveness across the district, we're a long way from that. So I'm asking this board to make sure that we can improve this program and help us make it better for all students. I'm also going to quickly comment about the crowd in the room. Coincidentally, I'm wearing gold because of the SRTA colors, but I want to acknowledge the yellow, the parent group that is talking about safety for our students. I see Montgomery High School teachers and students and other employees from Monty who are talking about safety for our students. And I assume that a lot of the comments will also be about SROs. SRTA stands in support of returning SROs to our school campuses. I said that at the last board meeting. I will say it as many times as it takes, but I think saying it is not enough. We know that the board has been meeting with city officials and members of the police department to talk about it, but they haven't been meeting with teachers and they haven't been meeting with parents as far as I know. And so when is that meeting going to happen? And when can we start that conversation? So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Howell. Next, we have item D3, Superintendent Report. I will hand it over to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Manieri. Thank you to the board, those who are with us in person and online. Today marks day 50 of the school year, only 130 more days of opportunity to positively support our students. I'm going to be brief tonight as I have more to share under the safety report. I want everyone to know that we are going to be sending out a survey to all staff and families on Monday around communications efforts. in order to gain feedback on how people feel we are doing as schools and as a district in our communications efforts, as well as to learn preferences on how people prefer to receive communications from us. We hope people will participate and give us feedback. In addition, we will be inviting students, staff, and families into focus groups in November to gain their perspective and feedback. And I will hand it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. Next is item D4, Board President Report. I do have a few items to report on this evening. I mentioned at the last meeting that we would be surveying board members to understand interests related to being liaisons to existing committees in the district and other working groups. And so I'm happy to share what the results of that survey have concluded. And so Vice President Medina will be the liaison to our Partners in Education, otherwise known as PI Committee, our Graduation Requirements Committee, Technology Advisory Committee, and our Housing Fund Committee. Clerk Flores will be a liaison to the Superintendent's Advisory Network, otherwise known as the SAN, and the District Career Technical Education Advisory Committee, RCTE Committee. Director McNally will be the liaison to the District English Learner Advisory Committee, or our DLAC, and to our Wellness and Engagement Advisory Group. Director De La Cruz will be our liaison to the Ethnic Studies Advisory Committee and our Safety Advisory Roundtable. Director Sheffield will be the liaison to our Partners in Education Committee and our A through G Success Committee. Director De La Torre will be the liaison to the Citizens Oversight Committee, otherwise known as the COC, and the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. And I will be the liaison to the Professional Development Committee, as well as the Dual Language Immersion Leadership Team that includes Cesar Chavez Language Academy and Elsie Allen High School. So those, some of these meetings are already on the calendar, and I'm sure we will be getting more information about them, and others' dates are still TBD. We also will be starting a nominating committee for the next team of officers for this board. That'll include the next president, vice president, and clerk. This nominating committee will be composed of Director Sheffield, Director De La Cruz, and myself. We will bring forth recommendations for officers at our December board meeting when elections take place. And lastly, I just want to share that I'm really excited to be going to the Elsie Allen High School Fiesta this Saturday. It is a fundraiser for the Elsie Allen High School Foundation. And I'm really excited to be the +1 to the student speaker, Priscilla Magayan, who some of you may know. She's an amazing young woman who is studying in her freshman year at Davidson College this year. So I'm really excited to be her +1. And with that, I will hand it over to board members for board member reports. I know Director Sheffield, you have a report this evening, and then Director De La Torre. Thank you. And Director Medina.
Maybe they can go.
Sure. Okay, let's start with Director De La Torre.
Thank you, President Manieri. I'd like to use my board report tonight with words of encouragement. I see the room is full of community that is here to support different means that you're passionate about. And I'd like those words of encouragement to be heard, that we speak with positivity, we move through this inquisitively, and we ask why, what, and how, and we work collaboratively as a community. To look for blame, negativity, distrust, looking for angles of any pain and anguish will not resolve any issues that have brought you onto this room tonight. That we speak with composure, we speak with opportunity, and we speak directly so that we can grow and move forward. Understanding that you're not speaking just for yourselves, but our children are watching, and how we carry ourselves, how we speak to ourselves and about ourselves is how we're leading and teaching our children. And I appreciate your time for being with us tonight and having such a packed room. It's just encouraged that we all have adult conversations.
Thank you, Director De La Torre. Director Medina.
Thank you, President Manieri. Well, first off, I'd like to start off with, since I can't communicate with all the board individually, just follow up after our last board meeting. There were some assertions made about what was happening at the town hall that the city council folks were holding. And a city councilman reached out to me directly the next day to kind of indicate that that wasn't necessarily the case, what was expressed. And I also had a conversation with the mayor just to kind of clear things up and make sure that our conversations as we move forward are productive and constructive as we continue to address campus safety. I did also want to report that this past Sunday, I was at the Andy Lopez 10-year memorial, 10 years since he was killed by a sheriff's deputy. And it was great to see the Elsion High School color guard and band there. Andy Lopez, he was into music and band, and it was a part of honoring him was having the band there. So it was good to see our students there. And on Elsion yesterday, I had the opportunity to sit with the counseling department as they met with all the newcomer students. And there's a lot of newcomer students at LCL, and it was very interesting as they learned about graduation requirements, what they need to move forward, but simultaneously it being in Spanish with French translation for students that are actually speak Haitian Creole, but then are having to speak in French, which is slightly different. And later I had the opportunity to actually assist, but there was no translator, and we managed, and I was proud of my French at that moment because we were able to communicate without Google Translate. I also wanted to mention that last Friday, I was at the investiture for the SRJC, the new SRJC president, Dr. Maria Angelica Garcia, who is only the 6th president of SRJC and the first woman. I'm looking forward to us as a district really collaborating with us. Superintendent Trinell was there. Director De La Cruz was also there. So I'm really looking forward to a good collaboration with her as we move forward. And finally, this next week, aside from Halloween, is Dia de los Muertos. And at the JC, I was reminded of back in 2001, when I was there, we held the very first Dia de los Muertos altar and vigil in downtown Santa Rosa as a response to 9/11 to really help with healing and to connect with, to honor the dead and remember the dead. And it's great to see how that cultural tradition has grown so much, and I see in our community to see how we always have the dead with us, and to us they're never gone as long as they're alive with us. And so I just wanted to, there's so many horrible things happening in the world right now, a lot of people dying, and I want to remember that the dead never leave. They're with us as long as they're in our hearts and in our minds, and to learn more about that beautiful tradition of Dia de los Muertos, which is always present in my culture, in my house, and now all over our community. And I love seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Medina. Director De La Cruz.
Got to hang out a lot with Director Medina this weekend. So it was wonderful to celebrate Dr. Angelica Garcia as the new president of the JC, not only the first woman, but the first Chicana and the first queer Chicana to be the president of the JC. So looking forward to building stronger communication and stronger pipelines between our district and the JC. And it was really powerful to be in the presence of the Lopez Cruz family and many community members who came together to recognize what has been possible in the 10 years since Andy Lopez was shot and killed by a sheriff's deputy, and recognizing the significant changes throughout our systems that allow for greater oversight, for more connectivity between community members that have experienced marginalization at the hands of law enforcement and other institutions, and looking forward to carrying that memory of Andy's life and the lessons that we learned from the way that he died. He was a Cook Middle School student at the time of his death, and it's, I think, important for our district to commemorate his life and the way that we continue to move forward. Also want to invite anybody who's interested to come get your groove on at CCLA this weekend on Saturday for their dance-a-thon. Probably one of the coolest events this weekend. So if anybody wants to join, hopefully you'll see some of us there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director De La Cruz. Are there other board member reports? Director Sheffield.
So I was going to report on a few items, but I kind of want to pick up where
Director De La Torre had left off and acknowledged the presence of the folks in the room, the parents, the adults in our school community, and the productive discussion, the spirit of school safety, and being productive in the ongoing discussion. And, I have some friends in the audience and they know that I can be long-winded in my stories, but please indulge me because I do want to share a couple of stories tonight. It'll be Director Sheffield's story time. The first story is my own story when I was about 7 or 8 years old. And some of you have heard this story before, but since I do have an audience, I want to share it with all of you. I was 7 or 8 years old and I was playing in the front yard when 3 police cars showed up, and I was terrified. And I thought that they were coming to take away my dad. Why did I think this at age 7 or 8? Because this is what you saw on TV. You saw police coming to take away Black men. It was in the news, it was on the movies, it was on TV. That was the message. And this was silly because my dad was very law-abiding. He had been an officer in the Navy. He was a business owner. He was a very respected member in the community. But there I stood, petrified in front of my own house, too scared to go inside to get my dad because I thought that they had come to take him away. But as it turned out, the police were there for me. Or maybe they were there for my siblings. It was not expressed to me. But what had happened was there was some vandalism at the school down the street, and this is my elementary school. Apparently, someone in the neighborhood thought that me or my siblings had been responsible. And of course, I knew nothing. I was 8 years old, and I was petrified as 3 police cars, and I can't even remember how many officers interrogated me in front of my own house, my front yard, and not at any point did these officers ever ask to speak to my parents. And the story took place a long time ago. It was an unfortunate situation, but it was a formative moment in my life. And I've had a few other misfortunate incidences involving law enforcement, but I never learned and I was never taught to not trust law enforcement. I was taught to respect them, but also to avoid them. And it's 40 years later, and some things haven't changed for people of color. What kids see on the news, on TV and social media about law enforcement and people of color. A little perspective. My kids, who have much lighter skin than me, 9 and 11. And like all kids, they see and hear the unfortunate and the tragic things that go on in society. Here's something to think about. Whenever I'm with my boys and they see an officer or in a patrol car, and they aren't worried for themselves, but they do point it out and they whisper to me, "Dad, there's a police officer." And I didn't teach them that. The second story, and this is not my own story, but when Santa Rosa City Schools was reviewing the SRO program in 2020, there was a young woman. She was a white woman. She was a former student of ours. She went to one of our high schools. She saw me in the paper and she wanted to share with me her story. And she told me that when she was in high school, she had a best friend who was Latina. And all the girls in this tight circle of friends, they had this ongoing joke that every time they saw a police officer or the SRO on campus, they'd say to the Latina friend that the officers were coming for her because they had reported her as being undocumented. And that was just an innocent joke, but that's what kids do. And through tears, this young white woman told me that she didn't know until after graduation that her best friend really was undocumented. and that this tight circle of friends had unknowingly tormented and terrorized one of their best friends throughout her entire high school years. And it wasn't a joke. So I've shared these stories before, and I know that some people misinterpret my intention of telling them as criticism or provocation against law enforcement. And this is not my intention. And to everybody in this room, this is not my intention. I'm telling you these stories to give you perspective and to share experiences that are very real to students and families in our district who've been marginalized for a long time. And I also want to share these stories to the school community to give more perspective that went into the decision-making that this board made when we considered changes to the SRO program and the recommendations that we made in 2020 that did not go anywhere. And to the parents in the room, I just want to say, what would you do if your child came home and said that there was an adult on campus that made them feel scared or threatened? How serious would you take the allegation? What if it was out of school? You know, if it was a coach or someone in the neighborhood or a priest, you know, how serious would you take an allegation coming from your child? And I'm not implying that, you know, anything. I'm really just trying to have folks consider the stories that I've told, to give some perspective for anyone who's wanting to be more involved in making a positive difference to our schools. And know that as trustees, it's our responsibility for the safety of all of our students. And we have to advocate for every one of them, not a majority, not 90%. Those with the voice, yes. And those without, because anybody who's afraid to speak, you have reason for that. If you're afraid that a person in uniform is going to come and take your parent away, you're not going to speak up. The SRO policy decision is really complicated. And students and families, I just want you to please stay engaged and share your perspective and know that this board is absolutely, you know, willing to work with families, to work with SRPD, to work with the city, to work with our partners to find solutions that are going to make a positive difference and make sure that our students are safe. We want to strengthen existing policies. But lastly, as Director De La Torre said, is that please be respectful and mindful to folks with different experiences. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Director Sheffield. This brings us to our safety report for the evening, item D6, and I will hand it over to Superintendent Turnell.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person, welcome, and online. I have 2 points of information that I would like to share tonight. The first is our Safety Advisory Roundtable Committee met on Monday evening, and I'm happy to welcome some new members to the committee, which includes a new community member from Sonoma Food Runners, some new parent reps from Slater Middle School and Maria Carrillo High School, a new principal representative that's coming from Piner. And for the first time on our committee since the spring, we have a student from Slater Middle School who was voted in as a representative by his peers at the school. And thank you to the principal for helping to usher that process with the school community. And we also have new students from Elsie Allen and Santa Rosa High School due to vacancies from students who graduated. We talked about many things and kind of veered from the agenda actually. And the meeting focused on sort of the current climate about safety and support efforts at our schools. And while I don't have the time to go through the hour and a half that we spent together, just a few highlights that I would like to share is one thing is about how people are feeling right now about the beginning of this school year. And in a nutshell, some felt like this school year is better than last year, and others in the room also felt like there were continued concerns about issues at our school sites. We also discussed other concerns going on in the community, including the recent hate speech at our board meeting and other spaces in the county, and the tragedies associated with drinking and driving, the harmful behaviors of vaping and other drug use that we're also seeing on our school campuses, and a variety of ways that we can continue to consider supporting our students through a variety of strategies and methods. I won't share all of those here tonight because we'll eventually embed them into revisions to our strategic plan. One point of conversation that I do want to mention from this group was around consequences and discipline. And we had a conversation at length about this. And I know that there have been conversations in the community about whether we are handing enough consequences or whether we're not doing anything and we're only doing restorative. There's been a variety of perspective. One point that I felt was really important to share tonight is that all of the consequences that we are employing are eventually temporary, whether that is a 5-day suspension, an immediate 5-day suspension or more, or an expulsion, which by law, we cannot expel a student for longer than a maximum of 1 year. All of these students come back to us. So it is important for us to consider and find support solutions and alternatives for our students so that they can experience success at school ultimately. On another note, the Superintendent's Advisory Network meeting happened last night. And this is a parent-only committee. It was started last year, and it's by invitation with recommendations from our school site administrators based on the already established committees at the school sites, which are ELAC, School Site Council, and the PTO or PFO groups. So this group of the Superintendent's Advisory Network is only made up of these parent representatives. Our first meeting of the school year was yesterday evening, as I mentioned, and these meetings are quarterly. Because the SART or Safety Advisory Roundtable strategic plan was not fully formed the last time this particular group met, I took the opportunity to begin to review the length and the depth of that strategic plan. Some highlights of that meeting included the fact that we reviewed the first pillar of the strategic plan, which is around mental health and counseling, and part of the second pillar, which is around safety and security. I walked the parents through the beginning pieces of the strategic plan and gave a little context, and then gave updates on our work, which this board and the community has heard previously from my former reports, which also includes the staff numbers to date of positions that we've increased as a result of the plan that's also embedded in our budget through the LCAP. We're going to continue to review the strategic plan at our next meeting in November, and I'm gathering feedback from the committee at that time on additional considerations for each pillar in the plan. Those are just in a nutshell some of the highlights around the discussions in safety that we're doing, engaging multiple stakeholders in our school district community. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Tranel. Are there any questions from board members for Superintendent Tranel? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item D7, our CSBA report. Do we have a report this evening?
Very short. I just want to say that the CSBA conference is happening on November 30th through December 2nd. And we've been approved to do a presentation. So we'll be there with our superintendent and some of our partners on how to effectively pass school bond measures. So I'm looking forward to that. Sure, yeah.
I've also been invited by another school district and group to talk about our efforts around safety and security and the ways that we're trying to respond. So we'll be represented in 2 workshops.
Thank you. All right, this brings us to our E item, or our public comment on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. During public comments, we kindly ask that you maintain a respectful and civil tone during your comments, keeping in mind that differing opinions are welcome. We would like to warn the public that according to our policy guidelines, personal attacks, offensive language, or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated and will lead to a discontinuance of your comments. Thank you for your cooperation in creating a constructive and inclusive meeting. I will read the names of the first 3 cards for folks to queue up, and then I will continue reading names thereafter. So the first 3 speakers are DJ Brookshire, Amanda Dalton, and Rebecca Sullivan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is DJ Brookshire. I'm a teacher at Montgomery High School. And before that, though, I'm a Black man in America. I just want to note, I've been pulled over more than 12 times in my lifespan, and I've never received a ticket from the police. So just to give you a little bit of my perspective. It's no secret the current state we exist in at Montgomery High School right now, and it feels an awful lot like sheer survival. After the tragedy that took the lives of not just 1, but 2 children on our campus, we were given a temporary SRO and Officer Luigi. I was not pleased on account of our BIPOC students potentially feeling violated, afraid, intimidated, or nervous in a space that is meant to foster their growth and development of self. And I had no problem advocating for injustice that I felt was being served. I recognized, however, that I was thinking and speaking from a blind perspective in which I hadn't even witnessed a single interaction between this particular officer and our student body. I was guilty of the exact thing that people from my community receive from too many systems in this country. After recognizing the immense benefit that Officer Luigi offered to our students, I changed my stance and began to advocate for the return of SROs under a new structure to our high school campuses. I created a survey to gather qualitative data and give our students the opportunity to have their voices heard. Dominic Dudley and myself then went and had as many students as possible scan the QR code to respond. We pulled about half of our student body, then proceeded to share that data with the board and Chief Cregan. The main points are as follows. Total students polled, 676, roughly 48% of our student body. Students who interacted with Officer Luigi, 310, roughly 46% of students polled. Students who want Officer Luigi to return, 621, 92%. Safety is a valid concern, but this opportunity expands beyond making our schools safer. It's an opportunity to allow our marginalized communities to not only begin to repair the relationship between themselves and the police, but also to have a voice. Chief Cregan was more than happy to meet with us and hear us out as far as how we can make the program better. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Next.
Dear members of the board.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I ask that we get SRO.
Amanda, sorry, 1 second. I'm just going to let the next person who needs to queue up know who they are. So we have Amanda Dalton, followed by Rebecca Sullivan, followed by Lily Bray. Thank you.
Dear members of the board, I ask that we get SROs back on campus, alternative education such as independent study or bridge programs for the students who are constantly disruptive and violent, ed code enforced for suspensions, and a rehabilitation or restorative justice program for those kids who need it. We need SROs back on campus to be an extra resource, to provide staff training, to help build community and police department relationships, and to encourage students. SROs could deter students from bringing weapons and performing other illegal activities on campus, provide crucial support and guidance to students in need, and save precious time when there is an incident on campus. There has been an alarming increase in firearms that have been confiscated by law enforcement recently, and a rise in violence in our schools. Who has to be victimized before action is taken? People will think twice before threatening the safety of our students if they know that there is someone on site who is a vigilant protector of our students and staff. They deserve a safe learning environment. After the events on March 1st, when a student died at Montgomery High, my gut reaction was fear. I planned on sending my now 8th grader to Montgomery and started frantically looking into alternative schools to send my son to. I know many parents felt this way. If they have the means, families are driving their kids across town, across the county to send their children anywhere but the school down the road. They are even looking into homeschooling. Enrollment is dropping and there is a steady decline. You are already short on funds. Driving teachers and families to other districts is hemorrhaging even more money. Principal Partika is doing an amazing job making the hard choices to keep our kids safe and he needs the full support of the board behind him. A mere 1% of Slater students, 10 children, are the cause of these fights and constant disruption in our classrooms. This takes away from the education of the rest of the students. After the lockdown in September, Slater kids were afraid to return to school. One child was hysterical at the thought of having to return to a school where they felt unsafe. Many 8th graders and staff had PTSD from the May flights and relive it daily.
Thank you, Amanda. Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next is Rebecca Sullivan, followed by Lily Bray, followed by Lynn Carlisle.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Sullivan. I'm the health tech at Montgomery High School. March 1st, 2023. I don't need to recap what transpired that day, as we already know. What I want to talk about is how we could have avoided this. Simply put, we need SROs back on our campuses. We have a gang problem. We've always had a gang problem. Whether students are actually affiliated or not, gang colors are everywhere and the fights just don't stop. We need SROs back on campus to help divert these students from going down a path that will ruin their lives. Police intervention doesn't always mean jail time. There's no pipeline to prison happening here. Just look at the statistics that Chief Cregan has provided to the community. The SRPD has so many resources for our youth, but you already know this. What you might not know is that while SRPD answered our call on March 1st, they had to clear the scene since it was an active crime scene and they were coming in blind. Precious minutes, life-saving minutes went by. If an SRO was on campus that day, they could have cleared the scene in seconds and EMTs would have gotten to my health office a lot faster. We would have had a better chance at saving a life. What is it going to take? One life is already lost. How can that even be? How are we allowing one life to not answer back and realize the situation at hand now? We need the SROs back on our campus as an added resource. It's not the solution. It's never going to be a full solution to a problem. It takes a community. It takes all the resources we have in our toolbox to get this job done. How many more lives is it going to take? 2, 3? I want our kids to come home to their families. I want their parents to know that their kids are coming home safe. We've already lost one and on our campus who did not go home to their parents. Who's it going to be next if we don't act now and bring safety, a sense of security back to our campuses? And that's what we want at Montgomery, and we won't go quietly. We're going to keep talking about this because it's been ongoing for a long time now. And as a staff member
Thank you,
and
Rebecca.
a parent, I'm tired.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next is Lily Bray, followed by Lynn Carlisle, followed by Richard Charlie.
My name is Lily Bray, and I'm an 8th grader at Slater Middle School. I chose to be here today on my 13th birthday. Every day, I'm walking through the halls just trying to get to class like a normal middle schooler, but it's not normal. Students should be hanging out with their friends, not trying to avoid danger everywhere you go. That's my normal now. Someone needs to change that, and if no one will, then I will. I'll do whatever it takes to get student resource officers back on our campuses. I'm aware that everyone here knows this, but somebody died last year at the high school I will be attending. There were more than 8 fights in one day at Slater last year, where students and teachers and staff were injured trying to break up the altercations. Here are the 4 ways these outcomes could have been different if we had an SRO on campus. Every second counts in an emergency. If a police officer was on a campus during these incidents, they could have responded faster, potentially saving a life. SROs reduce the likelihood of students committing crimes on campus. Meaningful relationships between students and law enforcement officers improve kids' morale. They are trained in de-escalation, so fewer people will get hurt and injuries will be less severe. People say you'll be fine if you just stay away from them and don't start anything. But there are so many ways that people that are innocent could be affected or even harmed. For example, students who witnessed the stabbing in an art class will have to relive that trauma for the rest of their lives. When multiple fights took place in a single day at Slater, we watched our teachers, staff, and faculty get hurt trying to break up these fights. I saw teachers cry that day. That made me feel scared. That made me feel like the system is letting us down. I wouldn't wish these emotional traumas on anyone. Please listen to our kids, our parents, and our teachers here, please, for help. Please allow SROs back on our campuses so we feel safe and so we can focus on our academics and our future selves. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. So no more. Next is Lynn Carlisle, followed by Richard Carlisle. I'm sorry about that earlier. Followed by Noel Tumba or Tamba.
Good evening. I am a past teacher of Santa Rosa City Schools, parent, grandparent, and soon to be a great grandparent of a student that will start Slater next year. So I'm pretty sure, looking around the room, I've got the longest history with the Santa Rosa City Schools. The story that you told, Mr. Sheffield, makes me very sad. But personally, I'd like to tell you a little story about my grandchild that was there at Montgomery last year. Well, actually, I had two at that point, who came home and who still cannot talk about this without breaking into tears. She felt safe when Officer Luigi was there. So that, to me personally, as you as parents or grandparents or whatever, know how deeply I feel about that. Personally, I am really gotta get this together here, really support this Safe Campus Alliance. It's made up of teachers, parents, and students. They want to work with you. You have been working as a board, which is wonderful. You need to include them in the meetings. You need to do it now, not wait any longer.
Thank you, Lynn. Next is Richard Carlisle, followed by Noel Tumba or Tamba, followed by Nicole Matone.
Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Richard Carlisle. I just want to say a few words on top of what my wife just said. I was at the town hall the other night, listening to District 6, listening to the city manager, mayor, council people, and above all, Chief Cragen. I was impressed. That man used to be a resource officer and he knows the situation. You need to listen to him. I spent 22 years in this chamber as a planning commissioner and a design and review board member. And I've seen a lot of mayors, a lot of city managers, a lot of councilmen, a lot of policemen, and a lot of police chiefs in the city of Santa Rosa. And let me tell you, this is a first-class group that you're going to be dealing with. They want to make this city safe, the entire city safe, whether it's the streets, the parks, your homes, and schools. Their problem is you won't let them on the school grounds. You need to sit down immediately and negotiate this with Chief Cragen and the city officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next is Noel, followed by Nicole, followed by Kylan DeVrice.
You ready? My name is Noelle Tamba. I'm a local attorney, parent, I'm alumni. My parents were alumni of Santa Rosa City Schools. My stepmother taught for 20 years at Pioneer High School. I am involved with this group of parents and students and teachers and staff. We've all come together for safer campuses. Main focus of this group right now It may change in the future, but right now it is reinstating SROs on campuses. I know that you guys have the same goal as we do, which is to ensure our children have a safe, welcoming learning environment, to ensure the students can meet their potential and to thrive both academically and also becoming adults. This is what they're going to school for, right? They have to live life. But one of the other things is relationships and building those relationships and learning to negotiate through and talking with people in all areas of life. I understand that there's issues. I understand that there's concerns, but at the same time, don't we need to teach our children to work with these people and, you know, engage with these officers, even if they may not have had the best background in it? When you bring these SROs back onto campus, it's a proactive step. It's showing these students that you are ensuring their safety. It's making sure that the staff are giving training. It's making sure that there is, you know, letting these people feel heard and protected. But most importantly, you know, it allows these students to go to school with a lot less fear, which is what's happening right now. At this point, I have a question. How many people in here support bringing back SROs? If you do, please stand up. Our
Noel,
teachers and staff
thank you.
deserve this.
Your
Please
time is
just
up,
listen.
Noel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Next is Nicole Matone, followed by Kylan DeVries, followed by Kelly DeVries.
I did not see myself getting emotional tonight when I chose to speak. But after seeing children on their birthday and students who have experienced firsthand, it's hard to not feel the weight of the room right now. Excuse me. My name is Nicole Malone, and I work at Sequoia Elementary School. But tonight, I'm here as a parent of Santa Rosa City middle and high school students. Let me just jump right in by saying that a very serious mistake has been made. We are all human and people make mistakes, but after the terrible incidences that have happened after the removal of our city officers from our campuses, it is time to right that wrong. We can't wait until every staff member has quit or every parent has pulled their child from school. There has to be a way to get things moving in the right direction. And this is where we're asking for your help. Now, you had a meeting on Monday. That's a start. You're going to email a survey. That's another step. So thank you very much for that. Now, we know that funding and grants are a major issue. And we understand that there were funds that are no longer. But this should not mean that we no longer take action to protect the safety of children. If you want change, be the change. And that is why we are all here doing what we can to try and protect our students. And we simply ask that you will do what you can to help support safety in our schools. Thank you.
Next is Kylan DeVries, followed by Kelly DeVries, followed by Lila Snyder.
Hi, my name is Kylan DeVries, and I'm a junior at Montgomery High School. I'm here with everyone else asking that we have SROs back on our campus. Police are constantly being called onto campus for numerous incidents, but if they were there from the start, they could stop the fighting at the source and we could begin to change the culture of our student body. There are so many good things that Monty has to offer students that is getting lost in all the negative stuff that is continually happening. When we had an SRO on campus to end the year, it was a very positive thing. He interacted well with students and we had someone we could go to. During this time, there was a knife on the ground right where my friends and I ate lunch. We were able to just walk across the quad and give it to Luigi because he was there. It was a simple solution to a major problem that was quickly resolved by his presence. I ask you, what will it take to get an SRO? Multiple fights a week? Weapons found on campus? numerous lockdowns that interrupt our education, a murder. All of these things Montgomery has faced in the past couple of years, yet we are still so worried about the few who might be uncomfortable. Currently, we are all feeling way more than just uncomfortable. This is a real issue of safety and being able to go to school without fear. Sorry. I want to begin to make real change in our school and have this be our past, not our future. I want to finish out my high school years and be able to graduate with pride from Montgomery High School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kyla. Next is Kelly, followed by Lila Snyder, followed by Scott Kincaid.
Hi, my name is Kelly DeVries, and as others have said, we're here to get school resource officers back on our campuses. We are at the point where they are a needed part of our schools if we want quality education. This isn't a new concept. Schools provide services outside the realm of education to meet basic needs so that education can be achieved. This is why public schools provide food, because students can't learn if they are starving. This also applies to safety. Students need to be safe at schools or education and learning won't occur. Imagine creating an environment that encourages and welcomes gang violence because there is no law enforcement, nor is there real consequences. Sadly, we don't have to imagine it. It's here in our schools. Our schools have become a place where gangs can do what they want away from law enforcement. In our schools, where it should be safe. Resource officers were taken away after George Floyd, not because the program wasn't successful or they were doing anything wrong. Quite the contrary. We need to use local data to make local decisions. We all know racism exists. Likewise, we know CPS takes kids away from abusive parents in our county. Never has it been brought up that we need to do away with parents because there exists bad parents. But this is the basic logic that I'm hearing from all of you up there as it relates to police officers. I'm not saying don't care if people feel uncomfortable. Let's talk about it. I remember hearing a student during the community meeting say she felt uncomfortable with SROs on campus because she was a person of color, even though she said she had only had positive interactions with Santa Rosa police. So society is telling her she needs to fear cops because they are racist, even though that is not the real life experience she had had. So here's a great opportunity to bridge the disunity that exists between people of color and police officers. Racism and prejudice can show up in any profession, and it is prejudice to allow a sweeping statement like all cops are racist to be an acceptable train of thought and one that will be listened to in making policies. Schools should be the ones changing the culture around this, promoting unity and safety. We need you as a school board to take this seriously, to take the safety of the children in our community seriously. Taking resource officers off campus and not allowing them back.
Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you,
is up.
Kelly. Next is Lila Snyder, followed by Scott Kincaid, followed by Heather Laughlin.
My name is Lila, and I'm a junior at high school. I'm the one who fears for my safety at school along with so many others, not you. So please listen to me and remove your political view from the situation. Last Thursday, there was an incident on school where over 100 students ran into the quad. The fear that ran through my body can only be described as traumatic and rational. I interviewed some students at my school, and I'm going to tell you the quotes that specifically stood out to me. Okay, quote. As a student who attends Montgomery, I believe that campus safety should be one of our top concerns. I want SROs back on campus because I want to feel safe when I go to school. The violence at our school has not quieted down since March. Fights still happen. We need SROs to regulate the issues at our school to ensure the safety of students so there are never another death on Montgomery, end quote. I asked a friend of mine who's an African-American what he feels is best for a campus, and he said, quote, there is not a negative impact that the SROs had on campus. I don't see why we should not have them. They only made the school feel safer and actually brought connection within Luigi and our students, which helped with the violence, end quote. As I walk up today, I want you to think about this. You say you want to talk about our safety, but it's not a discussion, there is none. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Next is Scott Kincaid, followed by Heather Laughlin, followed by Kim Goroskas.
Good evening. My name is Scott Kincaid. My daughter is a junior at Montgomery High School. She tells me time and time again that she appreciates me being here and doing this. I am here this evening to advocate for the swift return of school resource officers to high school and middle school campuses in Santa Rosa. In your position as board members, I truly believe that democracy does not end with your election to the board. Democracy demands action based on the majority of constituents, even as you sit today at the dais. I firmly believe that we have the Democratic majority of students, teachers, administrators, parents, community members for the return of school resource officers to high school campuses. I know this as a fact at Montgomery High School. Speaking of facts, police are already on campus. We just have them showing up on an emergency basis in a hurry with little information. We just passed the 10-year mark of the tragic death of Andy Lopez, which in part is a result of law enforcement having to respond to an emergency in an emergency manner with little information. Yet this is how we choose to continue policing our schools. Response times matter, information regarding the response matters, and SROs can accomplish this both in a quick response time and provide inside information to greatly reduce risk to all involved. I have a request at your next meeting with Santa Rosa City Council and School Board that you focus on returning SROs back to campuses, you focus on the salient points that need modification, you allow for future modifications to the program, and that you craft an MOU and bring it back here at the next board meeting for discussion. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next is Heather Laughlin, followed by Kim Gorouskas, and followed by Monet Bell.
First of all, I'd like to thank the board for your service. And I know you have a lot of difficult decisions to make, but bringing SROs back into the campuses is not one of them. We all know that there are negative and sometimes tragic interactions between citizens and law enforcement, often involving people of color. It's understandable that a certain percentage of young people have learned to fear the police in light of these heartbreaking events. The police being called on the school campuses during emergency does nothing to quell this type of fear. The only time that some of these students see people or see police or interact with them is in fearful situations. Our police officers are the ones that many of us call when we need help or when a situation is beyond our control. What is the value in denying the opportunity to teach our youth that these public servants are here to serve them and protect them as well? Interacting with SROs on a campus can be a safe way for those with fears around law enforcement to have positive interactions and relationships with police in non-emergency situations. Where else in this society do we have this kind of learning opportunity? I am in full support of bringing the SROs back for the safety and the futures of all of our students. SROs are in the unique position to influence how young people perceive law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Next is Kim, followed by Monet, followed by Julia Stewart.
Hi, my name is Kim Gorouskas, and I'm a parent of a Maria Creo High School student. I love the teachers, coaches, and admin that my children have had over the years. I think it's important to prioritize the safety of both the students and the staff at the school. I do not believe that this school board is doing that. The school board, I want them to all feel safe on campus. The school board is not prioritizing the safety. I watched the school board meeting on Zoom when they discussed the survey that was sent out to Santa Rosa City School students and parents. When the survey results were released, it showed that the Santa Rosa City School members overwhelmingly still wanted SROs on campus. I think it was around 93% wanted that. But somehow, 2 members of the board, I won't name names, persuaded the board to vote to remove SROs from all Santa Rosa City School campuses. Why send out a survey if you won't consider the results? Let our kids get to know our Santa Rosa police officers instead of perpetuating a bias that you might have from your life experiences. Our officers in Santa Rosa are great. Please listen to the students and parents in your district and bring school resource officers back. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next is Monet, followed by Julia Stewart, followed by Shelby Pryor.
Hello, my name is Monet Bell. I teach at Montgomery High School. First, I want to thank you all for our amazing administration team. Shout out to Principal Santos and Vice Principal Alborn, who are our superhero duo. I'm here to beg, plead, and implore you to take action. We need more adults on campus at Montgomery High School. We need an additional administrator at Montgomery High School. We need people from the district office on campus at Montgomery High School. We need a SRO back on campus. We also need Luigi back on campus, and he is available. Change the title of our current campus supervision to student advisors or restorative specialists and increase the pay for our new and existing campus supervisors by changing that title. Our current restorative specialist has students lined up outside his office during lunch and brunch. They even sit on the floor inside of his office. They want to be safe. They want to feel safe. The trial was to already have started. It's no secret that the tensions between certain groups remain at an all-time high. If we learned anything, it is that response time matters. This is not 2010, this is 2023, and a student died on our campus at Montgomery High School. No more listening sessions, no more committees, no more outside contractors being paid to come tell us what we need to do. No more surveys, We need action. Each and every one of you are responsible for our students. The community is watching and our students are watching.
Thank you, Monet. Next is Julia Stewart, followed by Shelby Pryor, followed by Adina Flores.
My name is Julia Stewart. I am a parent of 3 children in the Santa Rosa City School District. I am part of this group of parents and students and teachers that have come together for safer campuses and to reinstate SROs. We know that the board and parents have the same goal, and that is to create a safe and welcoming learning environment in our schools. I will read 6 reasons to reinstate SROs. Prevention or minimization of property damage in the school and surrounding areas. Prevention of student injuries and even death due to violence and drug overdoses. Reduction of the need for schools to call 911. Reduction of the likelihood that a student will get a criminal record. Increase the likelihood that students will get help from social service and healthcare systems. Increase in feelings of safety among students and staff. We will keep talking about the reasons to reinstate, and we will not go away until they are reinstated. We need SROs back on campuses to be an extra resource, to provide staff training, to help build community and police department relationships, and to encourage students in addition to the primary benefit as immediate emergency response. We trust that you will make the best decision for our students and our community. Please, please listen to these students and bring back SROs. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next is Shelby Pryor, followed by Adina Flores, followed by Isabel Lopez.
Good evening. This message isn't for the board. This message is to the community members here. Don't be misled that these people on this board don't practice identity politics. understand that they understand that the police are here to protect them and save them. I stood up against COVID-19 and forcing to put something in my body I didn't want. And you might not identify with the way I feel, but that's fine. When I became more boisterous and I became more active in this community and started pushing back against these people, they called the police. They have a text thread about me while in this meeting calling the police. I don't have to prove my Blackness to talk about my Black experience. I'm a Black community member, even though you don't identify me as one, nor do these board members, some of them. My experience, much like Sheffield's, my mother lied about punching herself in the face, a white woman, and my father was dragged out of our house. I still understand the basics that the police are there to help you in these situations with our children. I understand that my politics can't get in the way of the idea that I was once a gang member, and as a gang member, I avoided the police, and I did my daily activities, and I made some mistakes, and I had run-ins with the law, but I understood the consequences. We weren't out retaliating against individuals who didn't do something to us. I'm now a 40-year-old man who served in the military for 14 years actively and was discharged with an honorable discharge. Don't let these people fool you. Call the equity office. They have identity politics. The first thing they do is speak in Spanish and then make you wait if you speak in English. Think about what identity politics looks like. This is what you're seeing, our children in danger.
Next is Adina Flores.
Good evening. For those of you who aren't aware, I'm the former executive assistant to the board and superintendent seated at the dais. I was illegally forced out as a protected whistleblower, and the board was in closed session discussions this evening regarding my settlement. I'm now a contributor for presidential candidate Kennedy's Super PAC and contributor to the California Globe because I told the truth about government's lies. These folks sit on this board to push political narratives that fund their lifestyles. Per California Public Records Act, you can request communications this evening. I can almost guarantee you that they called the police regarding my fiance who spoke previously being here. They have an entire text message thread about him, which is a violation of the Brown Act. You need police to protect yourselves against the voice of a biracial man, but not on campuses where there is present violence. If you missed it, I was the front cover of last Sunday's Press Democrat as I'm the largest activist in Sonoma County. I filed public records requests on behalf of the entire community who need help and are afraid to speak up for fear of retaliation. Ms. Isabel Lopez, who is scheduled to speak after me, is the aunt of Ms. Stephanie Manieri, the board president. This was not disclosed, Ms. Manieri, when you seconded the motion to appoint the county equity officer, Ms. Dela Cruz, to the school board. The county is working hand in hand with the school district and the council to push political narratives which do not benefit the people, they benefit your personal bank accounts. And this is why you have silenced me. This is why I am being attacked by the entire community because I told the truth. My mother was the former finance director for Rohnert Park for over 20 years. She also told the truth. As people of color, you know if you say the truth that you will be removed from your seat. So instead, you will lie and continue to push political narratives because you can't have integrity. So God bless you regardless. You really don't care about my faith either. Thank you so much.
Next is Isabel Lopez.
Hello, I'm Isabel Lopez. I am the executive director of the Raíces Collective. I am a mother of a 16-year-old child, biracial child, here in Santa Rosa City Schools. Today, I tabled at Montgomery. I didn't see any police officers. It was such a beautiful day. There was many organizations that were there to provide resources to the students, SAY, LAMPAS, Raíces Collective, Humanidad, many others, SCO. There was art, there was music, there was community. It was really beautiful. I'm here to advocate for more mental health programs for our students. I'm here to advocate for more positive experiences and programs for our students. Our field trips that we offer, our community events and workshops that we offer are at capacity all the time within the next couple days, which goes to show the need of these important programs in our community for our students to access. I advocate for more affordable housing for our students, but I don't advocate for police on campus. I know that more than 60% of our students are Latinx, and there are studies that show that our students of color, low-income students, are policed most and have the sharpest consequences because of that. So I think that we're being targeted because of the amazing work that we're doing in the schools. Many schools reach out and staff and parents reach out to us for programs. And so I'm here to advocate for those positive experiences for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please leave. Thank you. Thank you to all who spoke with your issues and concerns. I want to acknowledge the distressing incidents that have occurred in our schools recently. The safety and well-being of our students, staff, and community are of paramount importance to us. We deeply empathize with the fears and concerns that students, caregivers, and teachers are experiencing, and we take these issues seriously. We are actively engaged in a collaborative effort, so everyone knows, with the Santa Rosa City Council to jointly develop solutions aimed at improving the safety and security of our schools. Our joint effort includes the discussion regarding the presence of school resource officers. This partnership enables us to work together towards creating a safer environment for our students, staff, and community members. Our district staff has been working to build an improved working relationship with the Santa Rosa Police Department to ensure that we are jointly working effectively within the confines of the law and education code and communicating better, all in the interest of enhancing school and community safety. As Superintendent Chernell shared in her report, earlier this year, we established a Safety Advisory Roundtable, which comprises students, parents, community members, teachers, site administration, and district administration. Together, they have diligently worked on developing a strategic plan with a commitment to the following 4 pillars: safety and security, mental health and counseling, communication and transparency, and facilities. We understand the urgency of this matter and are committed to doing everything within our power to provide a secure and nurturing learning environment for our students. We want to express our deepest gratitude for the willingness of our community to share your concerns, many of which align with our own. Your dedication to the safety and well-being of our school community reaffirms that we all have a shared purpose: the safety of our students, staff, and community. And I just also want to add that I know Officer Luigi personally. He's a great individual, a really wonderful person with a lot of training and a lot of expertise in what he does. I don't know how many folks know that he's a licensed marriage and family therapist who has a very long track record of working with children with an organization called SOS Counseling. And he is wonderful at what he does because of the extensive training that he has gone through. Luigi was also the first recipient of the Mental Health Pipeline Program through the Healthcare Foundation. It's a scholarship for folks who want to become MFTs, and they have the backing of a foundation to help them through their schooling. Officer Luigi has gone out of his way to have this kind of training. And I just want to add that he is really great. I wish we had more Officer Luigis everywhere. And he is one of a kind. I just want to add that. Okay. This brings us to our discussion and action items for the evening. Item F1 is an action item, resolution recognizing the week of November 6th through the 10th as the week of the school psychologist. The board will consider the approval of resolution number 2023-2416, recognizing November 6th through 10th as the week of the school psychologist, and presenting this action item are Steve Mazzara, our Executive Director of Special Services, and Jonathan Kendall, one of our wonderful school psychologists. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you very much, President Banieri, board members, Superintendent Chernell. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank you for your support of our school psychologists today and all the previous years we've done it. I'm very proud of the way we've developed a strong school psychologist program and your support with it. And with that, I'd like to perhaps take a moment so Mr. Kendall can organize his thoughts as we wait for the.
Thank you very much.
A moment, just give just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a brief pause so that we can fully pay attention. Thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Thank you
Please
very
continue.
much. And I want to introduce Jonathan Kendall. Jonathan Kendall has been with us as a school psychologist for a number of years. And before that, he was a classroom teacher. So he fits a real wonderful niche that many school psychologists don't have the understanding of. And lastly, he, as he's mentioned before, is a school psychologist at Montgomery High School. So it's very appropriate. And I introduce you to Jonathan Kendall.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. So as Steve was saying, I became a school psychologist after 7 years of teaching special education and just in time for the pandemic. Going into this role, I often heard about the many hats a school psychologist wears. And since 2020, I've learned not only how true this statement is, but that I also couldn't ask for more adept, caring colleagues to grow with and be mentored by as I tackled all of those challenges. And this has been no more evident than during my time at Montgomery High School, where I am proud to spend each day. SRCS is proud to have designated a strong program of development for the 24 school psychologists that work here each day. We have been fortunate to have the energy and current methodologies of student interns, in addition to the experienced staff and their collective wisdom and expertise. In addition to the special education assessments for students with special needs, SRCS school psychologists help parents and educators foster healthy child development and are the school-based experts in children's learning and psychological development. And we're also on the front lines in the drive for violence prevention, intervention, and response in our school, and are one of our leaders in improving the social, emotional wellness of our students. And we're doing a really neat job of this at Montgomery especially. School psychologists' growing importance is recognized throughout the state and Sonoma County during an extreme shortage of these professionals. The SRCS board continues to value this need and will continue to support initiatives to develop strong cohort of school psychologists. I'm proud to have the job that I have, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to share with you all about the work that I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. We are proud to have Jonathan, and we are proud to have our school psychologist. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
Thank you so much, Director Mazzara. Do we have questions from the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards for this item, which brings us back to the board for any further discussion or motion. Director Flores.
I just want to say that I work really closely as a school counselor with school psychologists in Healdsburg, and I recognize a few of these names. You know, they did their internship or their clinical hours in Healdsburg. So shout out to all the school psychologists for all the work that they do. And I just want to say that I think it's been a commitment of this board to increase the number of school psychologists. And I'm looking forward to making sure that we keep that trajectory going. I think mental health services are paramount as one of many different ways to address the issues that we're seeing here in our San Jose City schools. So thank you for all the work that you do, all the 504 assessments, IEP assessments, triennials, annuals, and all that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to move to approve the.
Nice second.
Thank you.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Any last comments before we call for a roll call? Yes.
As a person who's married to a school psychologist, I just want to acknowledge my husband wherever he is, and also school psychologists everywhere for the work that you do. I have personally witnessed the countless hours that you spend outside of the workday, making sure that you have everything ready to go so that our students' needs are served in a timely manner. So thank you to everyone for everything that you do.
You know, Superintendent Turnell, we have room for 25, by the way.
With that, roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye. Aye, sorry.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you so much. Item F2 is a discussion item on restorative practices. And this evening, we will have a presentation from the Santa Rosa City Schools Restorative Specialist team on an overview of our restorative practices in our district. So I will call down Stacy Desideri, Gustavo Mendoza, and the wonderful restorative specialist team from our district.
Good afternoon or good evening, I guess. Oh my goodness, it is already 8:30. Thank you so much. I know this has been an incredibly important evening and giving time for our community and ensuring that there is an amplification of voice in our community is actually a theme that you're going to hear tonight from the team. So although this does make for a long day, it's an important day, and we really appreciate you taking time on an important and busy agenda to hear from our restorative specialists. I'm Stacy Desideri, the Executive Director of the Department of Wellness and Engagement, and I'm joined here by a very large community of not only veteran and our newest restorative specialists, but also some members of our community and former alumni that are here to talk to you about what does it mean when we talk about the story of restoration in Santa Rosa City Schools. And so I'm going to be the official Vanna White advancing our slides, but you're here tonight to hear from the people who are doing this work with our students and with our community. So thank you, and I turn it over to Gustavo Mendoza.
Good evening, everybody, and I'm excited to be a part of the team. As you all know, with growth comes some growing pains, and right now we currently last year we are at 11, and right now we're onboarding 11 new restorative specialists, and we're excited to have them join the team. I had the ability to be at SCO today for a training where we really dove deep into what it is like to restore people when they've been harmed and the difficulty that it is when you have to have those dialogues. Oftentimes people feel that restorative isn't really a punishment. People are so used to in our society to look for people to be punished because they've broken a rule or they've harmed somebody. But the reality is that with dialogue, you're really able to heal. And only through healing will you really be able to move forward. Oftentimes I believe that hurt people hurt people. And if you don't have the dialogues on how that hurt you, you're not going to be able to move on. And that's apparent tonight, that we need to be able to have those dialogues so we can start to heal.
So because there's so many of you, remember that when it's your turn to speak, take a moment and introduce yourselves so that the board and our community knows all the ways that we represent not only our schools, but parents and all the different hats that we wear.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Clark. I go by Mr. Dennis. I'm at Cesar Chavez Language Arts as a restorative. It's a I'm going to go into this. What are restorative practices? Restorative practices are defined by SRCS as a process guided by principles that build and sustain a culture of respect, responsibility, and accountability, which nurtures and heals trusting relationships within a safe, positive community.
So we're just going to introduce a little clip here from Vanya Davis, who's one of our mentors. Hopefully we'll have sound.
In 1995,
She's the executive director of Oakland, of Arjoy of Oakland Restorative Justice Youth.
Stacey, you might have to share sound on the Zoom settings just to make sure that the sound from the video is going into the Zoom.
In the meantime, I'll introduce myself. I'm Gina King-Rupel, restorative specialist. I've been a specialist since October 2014, and a parent in our district since 1996. 3 of my children graduated at Elsie Allen and Santa Rosa High.
in Montgomery. And he offered this definition of justice. Justice is love, correcting that which stands against love. Or justice is love correcting that. Is a justice system that harms people who harm people to show that harming people is wrong. And so our system just replicates that harm. And from him, I learned there was this thing called restorative justice, that instead of perpetuating that endless cycle of harm, it seeks to interrupt it. It seeks to heal the harm, repair the damage that's done to relationships. It's a justice that seeks to create more social peace than social conflict. I learned as a civil rights trial lawyer that my clients, even when we want,
Can you share her name one more time, Stacey, if you don't mind?
Her name is Vanya Davis.
Vanya
And I just want to read her quote again because of the audio problems. We have a system that harms people who harm people to show that harming people is wrong. My name is Brianna Seeley Clark. I have been a restorative with Santa Rosa City Schools for approximately 10 years. And I am at Santa Rosa Middle School.
Okay. So our next slide, maybe. Or there we are. All right, balance of control and support. So this is just an example of our social discipline window. And I think a lot of people have the mindset that restorative is soft and squishy. However, it's probably harder than normal punitive type punishment processes. And that doesn't say that sometimes we need to do that. However, we work with our admins as well as our counselors and psychs and everybody at our sites. And so we have high control and limit setting and discipline. However, the encouragement and the support is just as equally as high. And at times our goal is to work with people to meet people where they're at. But at times, sometimes we intentionally have to go to the 2 or 4 or not box. But if we do it intentionally with a goal of getting back to the with, then it makes more sense of what restorative really means. Ted Wachtel, the founder of IIRP, International Institute for Restorative Practices, his quote says, "Human beings are happier and more cooperative and productive and more likely to make positive changes in their behavior when those in positions of authority do things with them rather than to them or for them."
So I think it's important to talk about what restorative is not. Restorative is a culture, it's a way of being. It's a way of facilitating your school and everything around you. The idea behind restorative is that we immerse ourselves in restorative practices, not just restorative justice. We believe that harm done by an individual can be repaired. We believe that work done to earn back the trust of the community by the offender is long-term changes, creating long-term changes in behavior. So here's a spectrum of not just our services, but also just what restorative can look like and does look like in our schools and our communities. This is an actual continuum. One thing it doesn't start with is we actually do start with mindfulness and mindful practices. And the more time it takes, or the more serious the incident, the longer time it takes, and the more people need to be involved in that process. As restorative specialists, oftentimes we need help on the responsive end. We've gotten really good at the proactive pieces, and a lot of the middle parts of the responsive piece of this continuum. However, we do need, and we identify and know that we need help from our community to be able to do the more formal processes with fidelity and support from our community. So this slide talks about our tier 1 supports. And if you can imagine our pyramid, tier 1 is all students and all staff. So we are looking at really making connections with all of our students and supporting all of our students first. There's a common misconception that restorative just equals circles. It's not. It's more than just doing circles. It's talking to kids. It's being out there at break and lunch. It's communicating. It's a foundational tool that teaches SEL competencies. There are many other restorative tools on the continuum that can be used on a daily basis in our interactions with students and with each other. So keeping in mind with that pyramid that we are working with tier 2 and tier 3 and how restorative plays out there. And it goes to the point where we are supporting and modeling and teaching and coaching those social life skills to support the student in learning them intrinsically. So it's not that we're just here to teach them. We want them to embrace them and be able to make those decisions from inside out. We heard Gustavo say, hurt people, but healed people also heal people. Exactly. So in keeping with that thought, spreading the skills, and currently we also heard Gustavo say that we're very grateful that we are adding to our team. I want to thank the board in approving that. And along with that, again, we are spreading the skills. And so with that, we are not just within our district embracing that training and doing that training, but we are also bringing in with our hopes from local and national programs. As Gustavo said, they just completed, all of our new people that are on board right now completed a training at SCO with Community Matters, who is also skilled and also trained through IIRP, which is Ted Wachtel and Joshua. And so many of us have been trained by them as well. Some of us are trainers. And so we just want to share that it's not just us doing the training, and that it's also many other organizations coming in. And with that, I also want to just point out that all of our new restoratives do shadow at all sites with other restoratives, so that they're getting an idea if there is a situation that occurs, that they are able to go to another site and support.
Hi, I'm Lori Wilcox. I've been a restorative for the past 8 years, and recently we got an award for innovative education through Sonoma State University, and this is our video. That's my grandson and my little nephew. And these are pictures that we all put together from our different sites of the different things that we do during the day. From circles to play and helping children when they make mistakes and do things. We try to repair and help them. This is a community circle at Maria Creo. There's a classroom circle. These are two students that got in trouble, and I had them do a return entry and had them do some repairing harm.
So as you can see, we have a pretty diverse team and we cover a lot of areas. Kind of moving us forward a little bit around just the reflection of where we've been and what we're trying to encompass and what we've shared so far is that the connection between restorative services or the services that we as restorative specialists provide improve the campus climate and safety and data because we work with collaboration with everyone else at the site. And so that's just something I know that you support, and we appreciate that very much. In moving to how we continue to grow, I want to have them introduce some very special people we have with us tonight.
I'd like to introduce Christian and Martha, and I'll let them tell you their story.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Christian Reyes, and I came here today to speak a little bit about my story, but I just want to let fall off on what they said as well, that restorative justice is not just circles, but it is prevention as well. So they help the youth, basically one that was myself, that are having issues with each other, or group of people that are having issues with each other, which are students, and they bring them together in order to resolve those issues and come together as a community within our school. So that being said, so the first time that I fell within restorative justice was probably when I was around 13 years old. I'm currently 22, about to turn 23. I started with them having a lot of issues as I was am a young Chicano that was in a lot of trouble growing up. And restorative justice, starting with Brittany Doucette, which I still talk to this day.
Put the mic up.
Sorry, my bad.
Here, actually, come here.
Is it on?
Sit down.
So what I was saying is that as I still communicate with the restorative justice specialists that we have within our schools, one including Brittany Doucette from Comstock Middle School, another one including Billy Delmar from Pioneer High School, which was my previous school. At LC Allen, I still communicate with a couple of the restorative as well there. Gustavo, I've known him probably my whole life, I can say. They have all been great to me, one, and still continue to support me as I grow and develop with myself. So that being said, they helped me take that step to better myself. And they helped me gain skills, which I thought I did not have. I used to be angry, young boy, and now I've become a wise, you can say, man. And so I started with SAY a little bit after high school. I was working for them as an outreach worker and engaging with Tay Youth throughout 2.5 years. And now that I have that experience of working with youth that were like myself and that are going through similar issues, and being able to help them with the experience that I had with restorative justice really helped a lot, because I can give the impact that they give to me to someone else, which goes along with the healed people heal people. And I love that. Sorry to say that, but yeah, I do. And that being said, now, after unfortunately leaving SAY, I currently work for West County Community Services and am glad to be working with them. That way I can give my knowledge and experience with other youth and elder population that are in the rural routes out there in West County, which is Brega Bay, Guerneville, Sebastopol, and yeah, more years to come that I will continue to work with restorative justice, hopefully, and keep giving that knowledge that they thankfully gave to me. Thank you,
You're a
guys.
full-time student.
I'm a full-time student as well at JC. I'm studying for administrations of justice, criminal justice major. And
Seen on a billboard if you're driving towards San Francisco, right on
yeah,
Rosa Park.
Runner Park billboard, electric one, but yeah. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna be really honest. I get really nervous, so just gonna work through it. I started also with restorative when I was in middle school with Manny and Bree. And then I proceeded to do more restorative work at LC Allen. There was a class that we had with a couple restoratives. And then I started facilitating my own circles with people from like principals from all over Santa Rosa City schools. I was doing that as a freshman. Sorry. I was also going into classrooms to do my own circles and facilitate my own circles with classes of 25. Sorry. Yeah. I did it for my 4 years of high school, and then once I got out of high school, I kind of took a break from going to school and like all that, and I started focusing on like working, but it didn't fulfill me like it did, like restorative would fulfill me. I guess if that makes sense. So I came back and I worked as a campus supervisor at LC Allen last year. And they would tell me like, hey, there's spots opening up in elementary schools. Do you want to take the job? And I said, no, unless it's at LC. LC has my heart. And yeah, I started working as a restorative this year at LC.
So the reason we asked them to speak was because we wanted you to see the process of coming full circle.
And I would like to make sure that everybody back there, because we have, you know, a nice representation of our restorative, so they could all be introduced.
That one's not working well. That's not working well for me.
Hello, board. My name is Anthony Zamora. I haven't been here in a while. I was last here on the SRO committee. I have been a student advisor in Santa Rosa City Schools for 28 years. I was involved in my first restorative justice circle in the late 90s and have worked side by side with our restoratives through the years. I feel it's a very important mission. Honestly, it's a little sad to say, but I wanted to join the team like a long, long time ago. But through the decades, we've seen so many programs come and go. I didn't want to take a job that wasn't going to be around. And now that, you know, I know it's here to stay and I've been like so interested in it. I feel like in my time in the schools that I've grown and evolved as an individual and even in my role as a student advisor. When I was young, I was always interested in just getting to the truth and getting my guy, the offender, and, you know, bringing them to justice for their consequence. And through the years, I've just changed so much and that I'm more interested in finding out why something happened and helping the student recognize it. And even just like on a classroom referral, wanting them to help them repair their relationship with their teachers. So this was a very natural growth step for me. By the way, this is my third day with the restorative team. I just joined. I will be at Steel Lane Elementary after 7 years at CCLA, Cook, and 21 years at Comstock. I joined Santa Rosa City Schools in '95. So I see so much value just in my experience in this community in the restorative approach. I was telling my wife, you know, this isn't just a new it's not just a new job. It's like, it's a way of life. And the importance of, just for me, on the most basic level of what restorative is building the relationship. It's opening lines of communication so that we all have that connectivity and are familiar enough with each other, that we trust each other enough, that we can share our experiences and our interest in taking care of each other. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie Taylor, and my kids both went through Santa Rosa City Schools. I love it. For the last 10 years, I've worked as a student engagement at Biela Elementary. And over the past year or so, I realized there was such a need for restorative and to help kids along the way. So I jumped ship and went to do restorative at Biela. So I already know those kids, I know the families. It just seemed like a likely placement for myself. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
So thank you. And please don't walk away yet, restoratives, because now it is our time to say again, thank you. And we really appreciated, and I want to recognize what President Howell said earlier today as she was looking over and reflecting on some of the information. We know that one of the most powerful ways to truly make ourselves a restorative community is that the people that you see here sitting before you, this is not the solution to restoration. An individual at a campus cannot make a campus restorative. They have to be that lever, that shift, and every one of us has to embrace that we can be a healed person who is helping to heal our community, someone who can be a lifeline, someone who can ask the questions to amplify the voices. So we thank you for this time tonight, and we turn it over to you for any questions that you may have to us. I'm going to stop sharing so I can take notes.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank you to the team. That was a really wonderful presentation. I'm sure there are questions, so we'll start over here with Director Medina and make our way down the dais.
Thank you, President Manieri, and thank you all for the presentation, for being here. You know, I've seen this program from like the beginning, right? From back when we removed zero tolerance to then started bringing it, you know, started with the initial pilot programs at LC Allen and Cook. And I'm curious as to, I didn't hear too much about the roles of like teachers. I know when it initially started, part of it was like, well, teachers are part of it. You know, it was about everybody needed to be a part of it. And I often heard that there was like not enough resources to making sure that everybody was receiving the training, that everybody's working effectively. So my first question is, do you feel that's happening? Does more training need to occur like on a larger level? And I also know that there's a lot of new people that are still being trained. So, you know, what impact is that having?
Now you're actually touching on one of the, it's that the two sides of the coin. We are incredibly lucky that we have had both the community and the district and the board support to be able to grow the program. But when you grow a program, especially at the rate that we're growing it, you will have a window of time in which you have to have wonderful new staff, but they're not quite fully actualized because they are going through a training program. And we ensure that all new restoratives are exposed to at least 30 days of both in-house shadowing, push and support from ourselves, participation in community training, such as the ones offered by Community Matters, and then some other programs that might be a little bit more local or national. They do individual learning, they do reading of articles, they watch videos, but they are also boots on the ground, participating in circles regularly, both with each other and with their colleagues. Our goal is to be able to offer that same type of training out to the rest of the staff, whether you're talking administration, teachers, and CSEA staff, Because again, it is that full court press, but that does take time. And it comes in waves because this district, if we look historically, has done a wonderful job of a wave of training. And then you have some staffing turnover. You may have some new teachers or some new administrators being hired. So it's not a one and done process. It has to be an ongoing cycle of training. And that is something that we want to increase at every level.
I think the other thing that I'm interested in seeing, well, I didn't see anything related to data, but in a lot of my conversations last year, there was concerns about the amount of students that needed to see restorative and students being on a wait list. And then there are students that are more high priority that are seen more frequently and others being left behind. And so what data do we have on the need, right? And who's being neglected? And do we have enough staff? Well, I don't think I'll ever feel that we have enough, but to have some sort of metrics so that we could kind of measure where we're at, how we're improving in terms of students receiving the services that they need around restorative. Do we have any of that? And if not, can we get it?
We do have a number of different pots of data. We would like to be able to come back and present if Superintendent Turnell can share another evening with us so that we can talk about the longitudinal data that we've been taking a look at and how we would like to mine that in the future. Gustavo, do you want to talk a little bit about our new focus on feeder patterns in order to share some of the resources across a greater depth?
Yeah, so we believe that a continuum of services with our youth. So ideally, what we would like is for our elementary schools to have a connection, our elementary restorative to have a connection with our middle school restorative, and our middle school restoratives to have a connection with our high school restoratives. That way, our young people, as they're transitioning through their educational career, they have somebody that they've already built that trust bank with, right? That there's already that investment there, and they'll have somebody on campus as they're going into a new school that they could relate and have that connection with. And then those restoratives would help assist these young people engage with the new teachers, with the new administration. So it's a familiar face helping them through those difficult transitions from elementary school to middle school and then from middle school to high school.
And we already do this. We do this organically between our restoratives because we have a relationship, because we are allowed to be together as much as we can to build the trust, circle of trust community within ourselves and with our team. So we work with our counselors and our admins, as well as our restoratives to help the transition with some of our high-end needs students. And I totally hear you, Mr. Medina, about the need and the data, because that's something that we have as a team. We've been working on this for 10 years without really having the consistent guidance other than ourselves to create our information that we have to share. So yeah, that's something that we're very passionate about as a team.
I think too, just to piggyback off of that, Gina, for example, has been at my middle school site several times this year to meet with students that were her students last year, to make sure that she could check in with them and see that they're doing okay and do a warm handoff to me. And then I've been at the high school multiple times at Santa Rosa High School, checking on former students of mine, even doing home visits when needed. As they're onboarding their new restoratives. And part of the rollout of the new restoratives was also looking at the need at a high school level and how much bigger our high schools are. So having more restoratives at a high school level.
And I think kind of to follow up on that, some of the other data that I think I'd like to see is what is the actual restorative to student ratio, what a fully staffed student to restorative to student ratio is, and maybe what the optimal restorative to student ratio is. And just my final question is just around spaces. Like I've seen at some schools, there's like a space that a restorative has that students congregate around and they're there at lunch. Does that exist on all campuses? Do we need to do more around that? Does it need to grow?
Yes, please.
Yes. Is Associate Superintendent Lisa here to talk about facilities? Yes.
All of our sites, with some of our sites, as we know that I had a classroom last year and I graciously gave up my classroom to our counselor because of what she uses. It was like a resource classroom at Burbank. I was only there 2 days a week, but because at Burbank, we believe in, relationships. And so shifting me, I went into a smaller space and because we were growing at Burbank, right? And so we figure it out where we're at, but yes, to have the space to actually do big circles, I struggle. I was at Ridgeway for many years. We didn't have a lot of space there either. So every school could use that or have a room that is that. And I think that's to align with our wellness centers and how we will weave and hopefully how the future will play out through all of these plans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming down this way, Director de la Cruz.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to say, Miss Bree, like you are my daughter's safe space at the middle school. And it was one of the first questions she asked was, where's Miss Bree and where can I find her? And she has now spread the love to all of her crew and all of her friends to be like, when stuff goes bad, like just find Miss Bree, because that is the magic and that's the special sauce. And that's where you get the love and the support to figure out how to resolve problems. So I just want to say thank you for being, that space. And I know that each and every one of you occupy that place in kids' heart of just like a trusting place where you're going to find support. So just primeramente, las gracias. I would love to just hear kind of really practically, like how a kid comes to you, right? What is the process? And I know, Gina, you mentioned like, sticking to the process with fidelity and needing support from the larger institution. I think like, as I think about like, what is a typical practice? Like, do you have policies and procedures? Is there a way for everybody to know what are the circumstances that apply to a perfect opportunity for a restorative process? I know you talked about like with certain things that are more intense, right? More kind of like higher amounts of harm. Who gets to make the decision between a punitive process and a restorative process? If you could just talk us through kind of like what a typical process looks like, knowing that nothing about this is typical and that's the beauty of it. But just how we might understand how a kid comes to you.
Do you want me to speak to it? I can. Okay, well, they kind of bleed into each other. So typically a student would come find us. I often have students ask to come see me, but I'm also out at every break and every lunch. And so kids will come to me at break or at lunch. And they're like, Miss Bree, I need help, I need support, this is going on. And then they tell me their story. And at that time, I either walk them through what it might look like to do a circle before a conflict becomes big. Or it may look like they're out on the yard and I see two kids that look like, the body language doesn't look right. And so I walk up and I'm like, hey, guys, what's going on? And then usually they tell me. It also can look like a counselor referring to us. It could be an administrator after a harm has already occurred. I ask that any student that is suspended be referred to restorative. I expect that I am part of that reentry because I think anytime a student is suspended, there has been a harm occurred, not by the suspension, but whatever occurred prior to the suspension. So I feel like they can be done together. Often suspension days are reduced with restorative practices. And so with that, we really try to focus on repairing the harm and holding the student with high expectations and high support to make sure that that harm doesn't reoccur, but that all parties feel safe. So that's kind of the responsive side, and I'll let Gina talk to the proactive.
So oftentimes we're asked to do community building circles within classrooms. And so the students love that. When they're in circle, they're learning the social emotional competencies just by sitting in circles. So we're helping our sites and our students with their social skills. And then what does it look like? What does it feel like to hear each other, to speak from the heart, to listen? They're told all day long to listen, but what does it really mean to practice that listening? So with the proactive pieces, because we're in there with our teachers and working with our teachers as well, and collaborating with our teachers, sometimes those circles are part of their curriculum as well. And so it's not just we're coming into a community build all the time. Well, we are community build all the time, but sometimes it's a connection circle. Sometimes it's a curriculum circle. Sometimes it's a conflict circle that they're having a challenge in the class. And we're not there to pinpoint that student or those students or whatever's going on in the class, but to problem solve and to help the class community work through those issues together collectively to figure out a solution. So with that, and we have a natural magnet, I think, because we approach every student and meet them where they're at with curiosity and questions and just really have the time oftentimes. And I think that's what our sites appreciate, is that we do have the time to make those connections, and they have put their trust in us, that they know when the student needs extra support or needs something else besides what we can give, we will connect them with those extra resources as well.
I think also to piggyback on that, just the proactive piece, many of us are doing after school circles as well to provide kids another space to talk about stuff that's happening in their communities and to do art and different various things to support them and their educational needs. So that is another proactive piece that I would say probably about half our schools are trying to do right now. And that has rolled out much, much more with the rollout of the new restoratives, because now people have the bandwidth to do that.
Anybody else?
Just had one more question. So in terms of these kind of like policies and procedures that help with the consistency in the approach and letting administrators and teachers and staff and everybody in the system kind of know when to tap you, do you feel like those are where you need them to be? Like, do we have access to seeing how those policies and procedures are rolling out? And that goes a little bit to Director Medina's point around data and understanding like how these, what is the outcome? What are the impacts of something, like this in our system versus a punitive approach?
Yeah, and I just want to speak to that a little bit. It's been a process with turnovers on different places. And so, every year with a new school system, wherever we're at, we're trying to work with what we have. And so we really work with our tier 1 and our tier 2 teams as well. So a lot of what comes through is data that's coming through those teams. So it's not just this, we're randomly selecting youth to work with us. A lot of the tier 2 level youth that work with us come through our tier 2 teams. Students can refer, teachers can refer, but again, we also get the clarification through our tier 2 team of how much support and how much time. And so, we're very open and transparent with our site communities and our site teams.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And one of the areas that I think has been a potential opportunity for growth has been our ability to use our student information system as a mechanism to be able to accurately both define, refer, and track the impact of our work. And with our increased partnership with our current instructional technology and data department, we have some opportunities both through Aries and through EduClimber to use our student information system strategically and be able to get more in-depth data on the good work that we're doing and the impact, the long-term impact. We're going to be able to monitor and map that a little bit deeper because of this new relationship with information and technology.
Thank you.
Director De La Torre.
Thank you guys very much for your presentation. I do have a few questions here. So how are our restorative specialists vetted to determine best sites for placement? And how are we following up on the effectiveness of those placements?
So we work through human resources, just like we are doing in terms of hiring any position. Positions that are hired these are site-based positions. There is a panel of interviewing and, vetting the references, just like you would any other position, whether it's a teacher, administrator, office staff member. But in terms of working in evaluation and performance, it's actually a nicely supported community because in addition to site-based supports with their relationship with their site administrators, they're also supported by our Office of Department of Wellness and Engagement and ongoing training, both with each other and through our office and our community partnerships. So as we continue to grow, we're able to provide support and development for each of these staff members. But the traditional evaluation process looks very similar that you would see for any staff member.
And if something broke down within the system for a student or a family, who would they take that information to? Is that something they take directly to site administration? Deal with the problem?
Yes, you always start at your site because whether we're talking about a situation in a classroom or at a school site, you always start with the people who are most close to the situation because they're the ones who are going to be most able to pivot and support whatever that problem is with a response.
Thank you. Where are we evaluating and understanding the balance of when to put students in a room together or not put them together when they're on opposite sides of the conflict?
So that's really part of our process. One of the things that we extensively train on is pre-circling. So the idea behind pre-circling is to really get all the puzzle pieces. We speak with each individual that's involved separately, and we get their side of the story. We talk to the admin, we look at statements, all of these things. And usually that's after a conversation has already been had with the admin or with counselors when there's I'm assuming you're talking about like a serious conflict, for example.
So I need to be completely transparent here. As a parent, this process failed myself and my wife and our student. And I think it's a really valuable resource and I want to see it grow and thrive. So there was a breakdown with our student with a restorative specialist where he no longer trusts the process. So he was the harmed and it didn't work for him. So I don't want to take that away from my student or any other student that may have been in that situation. They feel like that's no longer a resource for them. So just making sure that evaluation and process is being followed through on, and that if a student is harmed, they're not put in a room with someone down there who's had that conflict when it might make things worse for them.
I think most sites have, I would never have a circle that I haven't already run by my admin ever. So I think most of us are like that. If we have a situation, we've already had a discussion with our admin. If I ever feel like there's any kind of harm that could come out of that, I will not put two students together. And if there's reluctancy, I pull an additional staff member in to sit in that circle so that that student feels safe.
Last part I wanted to bring up, and this is really important, is these students are children. And I haven't heard a piece of this that I'm interested in is what is the involvement or your team's responsibility to the parents of these children to make sure that they have the information and they have the resources to understand the situation, know what's going on, and provide the support at home for their students? Because like I said, these are children.
Absolutely, and I'll answer a little bit to that. It depends on our administrator and their comfort level and our skill set with each of our restoratives. And so again, that's something that is site specific and how at the moment, how restorative is implemented at our sites because each site community is a little bit different and their needs are a little bit different. So at the elementary school, our administrator or our counselor generally are the ones that contact the parent. Oftentimes I'm involved with the SSTs, or I'm involved with a teacher might ask me to come and just be a support at a parent conference or something of that nature. On occasion, just as an example today in our tier 2 meeting, I was asked to follow up with a teacher and a parent because the parent expressed some concern. And so I volunteered. I'd be happy to talk to that parent and give that parent a listening ear. That is something we're really good at, is listening. And so in that space, it's determined by our administrators how the follow-up is, whether it would be us, whether it would be our counselor, whether it would be the administrator themselves or the teacher. And oftentimes in our best practices, the teachers are usually the first to contact the parents. That's generally how it flows, because that's the behaviors are generally started with their student, and that's where the relationship starts.
Thank you guys very much for your work and your continued support, and looking forward to helping the program continue to grow and thrive and put all the pieces together for this good work.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Director Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to like the referral process and the source. I think you mentioned like different referral sources, but I'm wondering, do you track that information? And if so, do you also track like self-referral or like referred by student? Okay. And then just following up on that parent component that Director De La Torre brought up, I'm thinking of like future growth and how we, as we address campus safety and what we need to do, are there voids that need to be addressed, like that parent component and things that maybe y'all could propose as that you identify that bring back so that we could try to assess what those needs are, and as we work to collaborate with other partners to try to like identify how we could meet those needs.
Yes, we're actually not only working within each school community at ensuring that there is that constant taking of the pulse. Where are our areas of need? We identify through programs like the student survey that is the Panorama Wellness Survey that's actually happening right now, gathering information on how students and our staff are reporting on the climate and themselves, how they are feeling in terms of their social emotional growth. We are lucky enough that in addition to this self-reporting, we also have the Youth Truth Survey in January. That is a bit more of an outward external look at the health of our campuses. And we are able, not only through the direct proactive work that this team is doing with their campuses, but also through some of these surveys, being able to hear directly from the students. So oftentimes when we think about what are the needs of our campus, the answers to that question are generated by adults for students. And if you remember the window pane in the idea here, we need to move away from the for and look at the with. And so being able to find the voices that maybe aren't at the table and being able to hear directly from our community themselves, rather than us sitting and telling a community what we think they might need. So through a variety of opportunities, such as the proactive work, looking at the responses from these surveys, and a new program that we're going to be bringing in, which are some of the parent cafes. We haven't quite named them in a cute and entertaining way, but looking at bringing the community together itself so that instead of guessing or predicting, we are actually listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will take public comment on this item. I have no blue cards. So we will move on to any further discussion or questions from the board.
I just wanted to say that thank you, especially for the focus on circles. Danza Azteca happens in circle, and it's one of the most powerful shapes that our communities can exist in, because you recognize that every step that you take impacts the person next to you, impacts the person next to them, impacts the person next to them. And so just, it's such a sacred shape, and it's such a sacred way of recognizing the power of what it means to know you are in community in the way that you move. So just lots and lots of gratitude for the work that all of you do and for the ways in which you're stepping into, your big, huge, beautiful future. And thank you for being brave tonight, and showing our kids what it looks like to lead with your heart, into the rest of your future. So thank you so much for bringing up the next generation of folks who are thinking in such a transformational way, and for operating in our school system in a way that is so loving and truly about change. Thank you.
Sorry, I think Director Medina has a few words as well.
No, yeah, just I just want to make sure that the asks for data that we made, that they're documented and that we are able to receive that. And I'd like, if possible, if we could get it maybe past few years so we could see how it's fluctuated, even though the COVID years are probably a little off.
Any other comments on this side? Director Flores.
I just have a general comment. We've asked for data in a lot of the presentations, especially when it comes to mental health services. Could it just be a standard sort of item when presenters come in to include data, if it's short-term, longitudinal, or whichever it is available? I mean, it will be very welcomed if we add that into our presentations. Just because we keep asking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Flores. I just want to say really quickly, and I'm going to try to not get emotional. Oh, there it goes. Bree, you've made a big difference in the life of several of my family members. And I'm convinced that if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be in school right now. They would be somewhere else. And I don't say that in any exaggerated form. I really do believe that. And so I thank you for your work and the work of all of our restoratives, because you really are making an impact. You're the difference that that this community is thriving for, is asking for, and it's you. And I'm just so grateful. And I would love to have more presentations and to shine more light on our restorative practices, because this is what we need. We need more of this, and we need to invest more in this. And so I'm just so grateful. And I can't wait to just see this continue to grow and to see all of the wonderful things that are going to come out of such an amazing group of people and leadership. I mean, Stacy and Gustavo, your leadership is just also shining so bright here at this table in this moment. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. I'm going to get over that now. All right, so we are going to move on. Thank you so much.
I'd like to invite, if any of you would ever like to witness one of the after-school circles. I run my after-school circles, the two big ones. Can't believe I'm inviting because they're really big. They're like 18 kids, which is big for an after-school circle. And they're on Thursdays and Fridays from 2:15 to 3:15. So if anybody would ever like to see them, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to have any of you come and talk about what it's like being a board member. You're always welcome.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our discussion, I'm sorry, the next item on our agenda is a discussion item, the City of Santa Rosa Draft General Plan 2050. We are going to receive a presentation from some folks from the city to help us learn more about the draft general plan that is going to be set for 2050. I will hand this over to Superintendent Turnell and to the team from the City of Santa Rosa.
Good evening, and I would just want to welcome our city partners. Thank you so much for your patience this evening and for the hour at which you're bringing this item to us, and your graciousness for your time and willingness to have a dialogue of information with our school board. I am going to turn it over to Miss Sherry, who will then do the formal introductions.
Thank you, board members. My name is Jessica Jones. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning here at the City of Santa Rosa. Sherry Meads, who is one of our senior planners on our advanced planning team, is going to be opening up the presentation. So while she does that, I'll just do a quick briefing of what Sherry's going to be talking about. So the city has been working for the last about 3 years on the development of a general plan, which Sherry's going to walk you through kind of where we've been and where we're headed with that. But it's been a labor of love. We've been working very closely with the community and with partners, including the school districts, on putting this general plan together. It is something that is the backbone of the city and what we do, kind of our blueprint for how we develop here in Santa Rosa, and something that has to be updated every so often. There's not a specific time frame. There's certain section of it that do, which Sherry will go over. But there's been a lot of change, as we all know, in our community. And so now is the time to be looking at an update to that general plan. So I will hand it over to Sherry and I'll help you share.
So good evening, Superintendent Trinnell, President Manieri, and the rest of the board. Hopefully you can bear with us here, having to log into the Zoom at the same time. I thought I had done that and it clicked in saying that I couldn't join. So now it looks like it's working, and then the PowerPoint should be. Right there. Okay, good. Now you can see my pretty pictures. So as I'm Sherry Mead, Senior Planner for the City of Santa Rosa. And as Jessica mentioned, we are here to talk to you tonight about the city's general plan. So I'm just going to move through some of these slides quickly because y'all are probably getting pretty tired. So as Jessica mentioned, the general plan is basically the city's roadmap for how to grow and move into the future. It plays a foundational role in regulating how a city should manage growth and change over a specified period of time. General plan considers all aspects that make up a community, including housing, economic development, land use, circulation, education, safety, public services and facilities, open space, air quality, just about everything. So the general plan update process provides an important opportunity for us to discuss the biggest challenges and opportunities facing Santa Rosa today and into the planning horizon year of 2050. The city currently has a general plan with the planning horizon year of 2035. So you may be wondering, why are we updating it now? The general plan that we have now was adopted in 2009, and we can just think to ourselves of all the changes that have happened locally, regionally, and worldwide. We've had wildfires, the pandemic, social unrest, a mini recession, climate change. So now is a good time for us to look at how we envision moving into the future. So this general plan process, as Jessica mentioned, it's been about 3 years. COVID pretty much stole a year from us, but we've done a lot of work to get to where we are now. Started out with some community visioning and developing a community engagement strategy for how to reach folks that maybe wouldn't normally participate in a government planning type of process. So from there, we also did a bunch of research to create a baseline for Santa Rosa, a lot of demographic research, a lot of economic analysis, that type of thing, to give us an idea of where we would be starting from as we look forward. Once we developed that vision through the community engagement process and then had that data and statistics that married with that, the city created 3 different land use alternatives to determine how we best would accommodate the growth that we need as we envision the increase in population and the need for housing. I'll get into, more of that each way. Where we are now is the draft general plan. And as I mentioned, one of the first things we did was we did develop a vision statement for this process. And it involved a lot of outreach with the community, coming up with these 13 complementary ideals that you can see in the word flower. And then those ideals were synthesized into the vision statement, which I'll read. Santa Rosa is a diverse, equitable, and sustainable community built on civic engagement that empowers everyone to provide and support equal and affordable opportunities to obtain good housing, education, and jobs, to enjoy vibrant cultural events and arts, and to live healthy lives in resilient neighborhoods that adapt to social and environmental change. So some pretty lofty goals, but we think we can do it. These are the 3 land use scenarios that I mentioned, where we were trying to figure out how best to accommodate the growth that the city needs, or we forecast happening over the next several decades. Part of that is because the state of California mandates that we build a certain number of housing units every year based on an 8-year cycle. So the first land use scenario you'll see on the top is established corridors, we called it. It was basically focusing everything truly city-centered, with downtown being the biggest hub, but also some other areas of the city would experience this additional growth. Next, we have neighborhood main streets, which took advantage of the established corridors idea, but then also recognized other areas of the city that were ripe for change, and they're called areas of change, which I'll explain in just a minute. Then the bottom option is housing everywhere. It's basically status quo, how our current general plan has housing basically just spread throughout the city and not focused in any particular way. So this is the preferred alternative. After all the community engagement, going to planning commission and city council, what everyone said was we want a combination of the first 2, the really city-centered downtown core area, but also focusing on the areas of change. And those are places where the city will focus efforts on addressing housing services, connectivity, transportation, and our infrastructure needs to make those 21 areas complete neighborhoods, hoping that we can have anyone who lives within them meet their daily needs with a 15-minute walk, or maybe a little bit longer of a bike ride, hoping to get people out of their cars and able to do stuff right in their neighborhood. And to get to this point, we had over 90 community meetings, workshops, and events. So lots of work to get to here. So as I mentioned, this is where we are now. We are in the draft phase. All of the previous work has built to this point. And this is where we develop the goals, policies, and actions that will move us into the year 2050. And the structure and format of the general plan, there's a hierarchy. So there are goals, which are the kind of general overall hopeful end state. There are aspirations of where we would like to see the community get to over these next couple of decades. And then policies are specific statements that they actually regulate city activities. They guide decision-making, work plans, help make budget decisions, and that type of thing. They direct the implementing actions. So then the actions are how we're going to do it all. They're the measure, procedure, or technique intended to implement one or more policies to achieve a goal. So an action can be something that's ongoing that we're already doing and will continue to do, or it can be something with a discrete timeline. So why have a general plan? General plans are required by California state law. Every city or county or jurisdiction has to have one. It even dictates certain elements that are required. And you can see in this graphic, the required elements are in green. The ones that are in kind of that raisinish color are optional elements, which are also allowed, which are in our existing general plan, which we're also continuing forward. And then new elements are shown in kind of that, well, I don't know, Dijon mustardy kind of color. And they're not required, but they're things that the city has recognized that we want to include in our planning for the future. And I'll note that environmental justice is a required element, and this is the first time that the city will have updated a general plan at a time when the environmental justice element is actually included. So now I'm just going to do a very high level overview of what's in the chapters, the substantive chapters of the general plan. Chapter 2 of the plan supports thoughtful land use planning and economic development strategies to enhance and build on neighborhood assets, address current challenges, increase economic and environmental vitality, increase personal opportunity, and improve quality of life for everyone in Santa Rosa. And one of the new exciting actions in this chapter is a requirement for new residential developments within 500 feet of Highway 101 or State Route 12 to include construction measures that mitigate future resident exposures to ozone, particulate matter, and other toxic air contaminants. And as somebody who has Highway 12 right in my backyard, I really appreciate that. The economic development section includes an action to identify sites suitable for flexible uses, where maybe during certain hours of the day, it's Instagram folks taking pictures and influencers making money doing that. And then there's, spoken word poetry in the evening, that type of thing, trying to just figure out how to encourage these micro entrepreneurial types of opportunities and promote and market small business opportunities. So chapter 3 recognizes that responsible management of the built and natural environments is essential to the well-being of current and future generations. So this chapter focuses on the city's transportation system, along with open space, resource conservation, and greenhouse gas emissions. In this section where we're talking about greenhouse gas reduction, we're talking about related to the transportation and energy sectors. So chapter 4, these are all optional elements that Santa Rosa includes in our general plan because we recognize the importance of these key characteristics that contribute to Santa Rosa's sense of place. So Santa Rosa is made up of diverse neighborhoods, corridors, and districts, each that has their own, distinct character and identity. So goals, policies, and actions in this chapter support the preservation of historic and cultural assets and using design standards and public art to shape the form and feel of neighborhoods and gathering spaces. The chapter recognizes the power of art and cultural resources to connect people, promote inclusion and diversity, create civic pride, and stimulate the local economy. So chapter 5 focuses on ensuring that Santa Rosa is resilient to hazards and equipped to recover from future events through goals, policies, and actions for climate resilience, safety, public services and facilities, and noise. So this is the chapter that actually includes stuff about education, or one of the places that includes stuff about education. So I just pulled out a couple of the things here that are specific in this chapter that we could just review here. So I've highlighted some of the draft's existing language about where, how many schools there are, where they are, what they are. And then one of the goals in the plan is to help provide superior and lifelong educational opportunities for all community members. And then, as I mentioned, underneath the aspirational goal is a policy that is to provide high quality educational opportunities for all members of the community, especially children, youth, and seniors. And then the action underneath that is how we're going to get that done. And that is to work with schools to locate sites and facilities to serve all neighborhoods and the needs of all sectors of the population. And then you can see the bullet points here. I can tell after tonight's meeting, there's mixed feelings about that third bullet point. And so that'll be something that we will be talking internally about. And part of that is hearing from the community. And that'll help to influence where we go with that, that part of the action. So now I just want to highlight one of the maps that were created for this project. And this map highlights our equity priority areas, which are areas where residents suffer the most from economic, health, and environmental burdens. The equity priority areas have been identified following guidance from the state's Cal Enviro Screen tool which quantifies a range of factors related to pollution burden and population characteristics like poverty, educational attainment, and age, as well as additional input from our community and stakeholders to how we formulated those boundaries. So the city's equity priority areas include pollution burdened areas and the areas of the city where the most people of color and the most impacted by poverty live. And throughout the general plan, there are specific policies, goals, and actions related to equity priority areas and the people that live within them, which are called equity priority populations. But equity priority populations also include senior citizens, previously incarcerated people. We have a list of people that have been the most disenfranchised. So all of that good stuff is in our general plan, and there are policies directly related to supporting those individuals. So our last substantive chapter is the environmental justice, which was required, but we also felt there was a strong need for the intersectionality between health and equity. So the focus of chapter 6 is on promoting physical and mental health, creating equity across all aspects of the built, economic, and social environments, and fostering environmental justice. So here are just a couple of things that I pulled out of the plan. A lot of chapter 6 has impacts on youth and families. So I just thought I would point out here that one of the goals is to advance health equity by understanding and addressing some of the key social determinants of health. And that includes air and water quality, quality of housing, transportation access and availability, street, park, playground, and workplace safety, opportunities for employment, income, early childhood development, lots of stuff, access to healthy foods. All of that is stuff that we're looking at in chapter 6. So we recognize that addictive behaviors are often started at unfortunately in youth. So one of the policies is to prevent harmful addictive behaviors. And how would we do that? There are actions related to where tobacco and alcohol retailers can be located and how close they can be located. And also working to promote public awareness around opioid abuse and alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. Then there's a section about violence prevention and equitable policing. So I recommend folks take a look at that as well. So I went through that pretty quick because you guys have already had such a long night. Everything that I've said and in far more detail is on the project website, which you can see here is at www.santarosa.com. But I really want to bring home one of the things that I think you guys might be the most interested in is the youth engagement that we've done for this project. So in each phase of the project, we've done community outreach every single time. But we've also then afterwards taken a step back and evaluated who we've reached. What were the demographics that we may have missed or not heard enough from? So we found through the earlier phases that we hadn't heard enough from our young people. So then we did a concerted effort to reach the youth voices. And one of the things we did was we developed a curriculum for Montgomery High School students with Mr. Rudisil and Mr. Hahn, 4 classes of, I think it was about 120 students, where we, city planners and the general plan team went in, we talked about planning, what that looks like, the careers, how diverse it is. We had some of our younger planners and that don't look like me went and talked to the youth, but I was there too. So like I said, it showed a diversity. And we taught them about planning, we taught them what a general plan was, and then they chose a general plan subject and they did a project about it, which we then went back and they gave us a presentation. So it was really wonderful. Also, we did a youth engagement through public art, which if you've noticed any of the stuff that's around here right now, this is all a result of that project. Our public art department also helped with this. There were 100 high school students from Roseland University Prep, Rosa, Latino service providers, the Environmental Justice Coalition and Development Advocacy Leadership and Engagement Group. And they had these workshops where youth were asked to envision things now and in 30 years and what they thought it should look like and how, what was important to them, their dreams, their ideals. And so this artwork, it's all taken apart now, but it's puzzle pieces. And so we did a installation at Courthouse Square in, I think it was May, maybe it was June, July, sometime this summer. And we invited the public to come write on the puzzle pieces, move them around, and there's pictures. All of the stuff is on the website. I'll tell you how to find the art stuff especially. But we also did a coloring book for kids, grades, I shouldn't say kids, young people, 3rd grade through 8th grade, which focused a lot on health and just how they felt about Santa Rosa and wellness and that type of thing. So it was 500 youth, particularly in the equity priority areas through schools, summer camps, that type of thing. We have a really cool song and music video on the website. A hip hop artist, Kenyatta, worked with did 4 workshops with 60 youth from Juvenile Hall, and then also the Santa Rosa Junior College Black Student Union. Again, dreams, spoken word poetry that was turned into this really cool video and song. And I would play it, but I'm afraid that it'll do that thing. So I'm just going to invite you to go to the website. And it's actually the first thing you see. If you go to www.santarosaforward.com, you'll see a place to just click on the video. And I really ask that you do, because it's called Life Reimagined. It's also on SoundCloud. It's pretty darn cool. We're very proud of it. We've tried to think of unique ways to reach folks. So to get specifically to the youth engagement stuff, if you want to really look into what the students did for their projects at Montgomery High School and that type of thing, you go to that website. And then you go to the, oh shoot, I just totally forgot. Oh, get involved. There's a thing that says get involved. You click on that. It's got all of our community engagement stuff. The website also has all the documents that I mentioned. The draft of the whole plan is there. It's big. We have an executive summary though that breaks it down into small pieces, and also a summary of goals, policies, and actions if you don't want to read the whole thing and you want to just dive right into that type of stuff. So what's next? We're taking all the feedback we've heard, and it's a lot. We've taken this presentation to boards, commissions, boards and committees, planning commissions, city council. We've had 4 community workshops and then some partnership workshops with Latino service providers, with Council on Aging. We've gone out to Oakmont. They asked us to come do a presentation there. We've done a bunch of pop-up events where, again, we just will show up in the community and be like, hey, let's talk general plan. We met a lot of people at the fire readiness workshop that we had, at the marathons that were downtown. We did a Wednesday night market at Tote Food Park. We always like going there. Just, different places throughout the community. And I should have explained that the community events were held in each quadrant of the city. And we also did a virtual version for folks that weren't able to come out and join us. So my contact information is up there. Again, I'm Sherry Meads. If you go to the info at santarosaforward.com, there's a place where you can just click to send an email also. So we're going to summarize all these comments. Next is a greenhouse gas reduction strategy to really hone in on our climate resilience and adaptation and how we're going to meet the state's requirements for greenhouse gas emission reductions. There'll be an environmental impact report, and then the final general plan adoption and the ER certification. So we still have work to do. We've done a lot, and now I just wanted to open it up to you guys. I've talked enough. Want to hear what you guys have to say, if anything. You can also email me if you're like, oh, I don't want to think anymore.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of really great information. Before we take questions, we do need a motion to extend the meeting.
Move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
That was a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Should it be maybe 11? I don't know.
We end at 10.
11. Okay, we have to, yeah. 11.
11.
Second.
Okay. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Flores. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Okay, the meeting has been extended to 11 p.m. Thank you. And now questions. I see Director Medina's hand. Director Sheffield has some questions, and Director Rao. Go ahead.
I don't have questions, but just more a lot of things that, well, maybe you could say if they're in there or not. Things that I'd like to see in there. I think school district consolidation. I think we need that in there. I really hope they've been talking about the Hearn Community Hub, but then the pool at the Southwest Community Center, like the 8-lane pool that maybe was able to work with the students at LC Allen to have a swim team or something. That'd be great. You mentioned there's activities, but one thing that I don't know if is in here, I think free Wi-Fi and internet for everybody, I think could be essential and helpful, especially after what we experienced with COVID. I don't know if there's anything in there about incorporation, like Moreland and all the other little spots within the city. I see there's things are labeled differently as to high influence areas or something like that. But I have concerns around like the roads that are right there on the border of Santa Rosa that haven't been fixed for a long time that impact our students as they walk and go to school. Around the policing, I think citizen oversight, something like I O Little for the city, not just hiring a consultant. I saw addressing tobacco and alcohol and like other stuff, but I think a more specific reference to cannabis and parking. That's such a huge issue that I hear so many people talking about it and how it's impacting them because of the high population density. And I think all the development that's happening now, it's adding to the problem. So those are just inputs to add to your list from me. But thank you for the presentation. I feel like I've got so much to look into.
Thank you. And before we move on, I just want to say that some of the parking stuff is outside of our control. So take it up the ladder to our governor but we hear you.
But it could be within the plan still.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Director Sheffield?
Well, thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Jessica, for
Director Sheffield, just really quick. Do you mind stop sharing
this
your screen really quick? Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I wanted to thank you for bringing this presentation to us and including us in this discussion. There's so many areas where there's common ground, and particularly I want to thank you for the youth engagement component. That was one of the questions that I wanted to ask, was around working with us, reaching out to our students. I'm glad that that you did reach out to the Monty students. And other students in the community. Their input, their voice is really important. And you know, on certain issues around safety and equity, and actually I was looking at the urban design and maybe even the transportation component. We hear from students, we hear from families around crosswalks, around school, you know, the road speed around schools, safe routes to schools. And I'm wondering if in this engagement with the youth and maybe engagement with us as well, we are in constant discussion with safe routes to schools. And are they a consideration in the draft planning?
So I know that has been something that has come up in conversation a lot, not only for students, but also concerned about drop-off situations, I guess, have been pretty impacted. So if it's not specifically safe routes to school, would you like us to include that specifically?
Really would.
Okay.
Really
And
would.
you know what, it may be there. I'm tired. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
No, you know,
I've been
and-
at this
and-
since 7:30 this morning.
And part of the reason why I bring this up is because we oftentimes, because of school enrollment, we see demographic shifts before the census. we see demographic shifts before it's on the radar for most people. So we might have a concentration of students entering into our early grades. And we never considered that impact on getting kids to school, picking kids up from school, kids walking to school, where they're going to cross. Those discussions sometimes come up for us first before they come to the city. So I wanted to bring that up and see if there was, if this was something that I missed in the plan. I don't have the full book in front of me, but that's my point. And then the other point was in a little bit of what Director Medina had brought up was district consolidation, but also around the school district, when we do our redistricting, to try to align it somewhat with the city so that we don't have two different pieces when each individual council member, each school trustee districts. So it's a little bit closer aligned. I don't know how we have that communication when we get there. Hopefully it won't happen, not for a while, but when we do have that and it does come up, that we can work together and have that conversation as well. I had a couple other things, but I will stop there.
Director Flores? Oh, no, Director Rao, thank you.
Sorry. I just had a few things, I guess to add to your list, sorry, about, limiting climate change and reducing, greenhouse gases, that sort of thing. Are you taking into account, when you're planning new buildings and construction, trying to prevent habitat, segregation and separation, to, make sure that we're preserving spaces for high biodiversity and making sure that those spaces are large enough that, higher predators that need more space can, really live there so that we have stable ecological environments, and our key species can continue to live, our specialist species that need more space, need interior habitats, that sort of thing, because that really does have a huge impact on, mental and physical health, cultural things, and obviously just greenhouse gases, climate change. It has that sort of lasting impact. Another thing is when you were talking about trying to get people out of their cars, and building, stores and hospitals, that sort of thing, closer to people's houses. Are you also considering trying to motivate people in other ways to walk or use their bikes, by, like Ed Sheffield was talking about having, walkable areas that are well lit, because obviously in winter it gets dark very soon, and that sort of thing, to make sure that there's more promoting getting people out of their cars. Because I know sometimes it can be very tempting to do even just like a 5-minute ride in your car down to a store, even though you could walk. And the last thing is, are you taking into account enough space for schools to grow and construct more buildings as programs grow? Because I know a lot of things that we've talked about with the restorative programs is like, needing more spaces and more buildings. And I think that that's come up in a lot of the programs that we've talked about, is needing more space. So are you taking that into account? Thank you.
So I can try to answer your last question there. So the city does not have control over, the school spaces. And in fact, we don't regulate the school district and the schools construction. It doesn't even come to us for review. It goes to the state. So we can certainly, look at ways to identify areas for general plan land use designations that would allow for future growth. We've got public institutional land use designation that is typically assigned to where schools are located. And so we can look at our existing areas and potential, new areas for that. But beyond that, it would be up to the school district as far as, expansion of facilities and that kind of thing.
Yeah, totally. I understand a lot of it is out of your guys' control, but just exactly what you said. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, we will call for public comment. I have no blue card, so this comes back to the board for any further discussion. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for this presentation and for being with us here so late. We really appreciate the information and here to support however we can.
Thank you so much for the really valuable feedback. We really appreciate it, and reach out to us if anything else, and hopefully we can continue this partnership moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item F4 on our agenda is an action item, approval of provisional internship permit application, otherwise known as a PIP, for Barbara Shelton. And presenting this action item is Dr. Vicky Zantz.
Okay, thank you. Good evening or good night or whatever it happens to be. President Manieri, Superintendent Chanel, members of the board, and members of the community that are still awake listening to us at the moment. I am here once again to present a PIP, actually 2 PIPs and a variable term waiver for your approval. So the first PIP is for Barbara Shelton. And Barbara Shelton has been hired to fill an educational specialist RSP mild mod 9 to 12 position at Maria Creel High School. This position is one of our last remaining RSP positions, although we are hoping to hire a few more RSP teachers to support co-teaching. But in order to support all of our current students, this is one of the last. We are onboarding soon one for Elsie, and then we should be all filled. Possibly our VMS, I need to look at that. Nonetheless, I am here to request that we approve the provisional intern permit for Barbara Shelton for the position of Ed Specialist RSP mild mod at Maria Creel High School.
Thank you, Dr. Zanz. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, we will move to public comment. I have no blue cards, so this comes back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director De La Torre and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
Director Flores.
That was Sheffield.
Yes.
Seconded.
Apologize. Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item F5, approval of provisional internship permit application for Anita Rivero Santiago. Dr. Vicky Zantz.
Okay, thank you. This provisional intern permit is for Anita Rivero Santiago for the position of Educational Specialist SDC ESN, Mod Severe grades 1 through 3. And this is to fill a teaching position at Brook Hill Elementary that was vacated by the resignation of a teacher at the end of September. By filling this position, this does fill all of our ESN positions for this school year.
Are there any board member questions? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we're seeking a motion on this item.
Move approval of the PIP for Anita Riveros.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item F6, approval of a variable term waiver for administrative services credential for Angelica Montalban. Dr. Zanz.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to bring to your attention that the action as written is not correct. This is for the approval of a variable term waiver for a PPS credential, Pupil Personnel Services credential. The supporting documentation, however, is correct. And this is for Angelica Montalban to fill one of the 2 middle school MTSS counselor positions that were originated through the safety committee last spring. And this position will be for RVMS and Slater. The other remaining position has been filled. So this will completely fill our 2 middle school MTSS positions.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions? Director Flores.
Just how is she getting her clinical hours supervised?
So she is enrolled currently in an intern program through National University. And she will be supervised by one of the members from our Special Services Department. I believe it will be either, I believe that it will be, let me see if it is on here. I actually don't have that information, who will be supervising her, but we will adhere to whatever the requirements are for the university.
Right. I just need to know that she is being supervised and getting her clinical hours for her PPS credential.
Yes, she will be adhering to the requirements of her program.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to public comment. I have no blue cards, so this comes back to the board for a motion or any further discussion.
I move approval.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item F7, this is an action item, call for nomination. Thank you, Dr. Zantz. Call for nomination for representative to the Sonoma County Committee on School District Organization. I will hand this over to Superintendent Chanel.
Thank you, President Manieri and members of the board, those who are left with us this evening. Per information that we did receive from Sonoma County Office of Education, I am asking the board to consider their interest in any nominations for this committee, and I will hand it back to the board.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions at this time? Director Medina.
No, I wanted to nominate Linda Chavez for the Supervisorial District 4. We nominated her previously. Her term ends this year. She has expressed interest in continuing to serve. I had a conversation with her, and I also reached out to members in the Cloverdale and Winter School districts to also support renominating her.
Thank you. We'll move on to public comment before we have a motion on the table. I have no blue cards, so we can entertain a motion.
I will second the motion made by Trustee Medina.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye.
And then, well, I know, Ed, you already serve on the committee. I think I was just wondering if you might want to talk about it and maybe ask Director De La Torre if you might be interested in serving. I imagine that you live in District 1, if maybe you'd be interested in also serving. I don't know. You want to talk about how frequently or infrequently you
I
all
will
meet?
say, if you want to have that discussion with me, I would gladly sit down and have coffee with you if it's
I
something that you
would
might be
enjoy
interested
that conversation, not here tonight, but
Yep.
yes, let's have that.
And I think the other thing that I'd just like to reiterate that the district consolidation stuff is coming to us soon, I presume. And this is a committee that all that goes to decide whether that moves forward. So, yeah.
Well, in that case, I live in District 3. This is supervisorial districts, right? Right, so I live in District 3 and it looks like it's vacant. That's with it says District 3 vacant. I see Ed Sheffield, and then you expired in 2025, and Jennifer expired in 2022. Right? So I like to self-nominate to that one.
I didn't want to presume because you're so involved, but I did think about it.
That was a self-nomination for a District 3 representative by Director Flores.
I'd second that.
Great, and then that was seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote,
Take
please.
over this committee, I think.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Just for clarification, Director Medina, so if Director De La Torre does decide, then this would come back to the board for another vote?
I don't know.
or-
Do we have time?
No,
Yeah, I don't
have
think
to
we
file
have.
by Friday. I just heard, so.
So we can nominate and then you could decide to withdraw later on after
true.
Ed tells you how it works. So just a thought.
That's true.
I
Supervisorial
assume
District
so,
1.
yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're in District 1.
Oh, your mic, Director De La Torre.
So we can choose to nominate, and if it doesn't work out after I says with Director Sheffield, I will withdraw.
And just for clarification, just because you're nominated doesn't mean you're in. There could be other districts that nominate people and then in there they're gonna vote. And so you could be nominated and then not win the vote, so.
All right.
Do we have a nomination for Director De La Torre?
I'd like to nominate him again.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Great. Any
We
other
can talk, you
seats?
guys. We can definitely fill you in.
Are those all the vacancies? Any other seats that we need to consider?
Well, I don't think we're able to nominate for area 2 because we don't cover any of that area.
Correct.
So.
Okay. Okay, great. This brings us to our consent items for the evening. We are seeking a motion for approval on consent items G2 through G11.
Move to approve.
Second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item H1, approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 11th, 2023. Seeking a motion for approval.
Move to approve the minutes as
Second.
presented.
That was moved by Director Medina, seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item J, item I, board member request for information. Are there any requests this evening? I see Director De La Torre's hand, then Director Flores.
I'd like to make a formal request that we agendize a current discussion on SROs.
Noted, thank you. Director Flores.
I'd like to reiterate the fact that I think it's important for our items to, especially discussion items, to have data embedded in it, short-term and long-term and, longitudinal sort of data as a standing sort of item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other requests?
Just for a list of all those committee assignments you dumped out earlier.
Yes, yeah, there will be follow-up to that. Yes, I will send, we can, yeah. Yes, there will be follow-up information offered to board members. Yeah. Any other requests? Okay. I'm sorry, our J items this evening are information items. They are listed in our agenda packet. I'll just read through them quickly. Future board discussion items, board conduct and code of ethics, educational acronyms and abbreviations, facilities, projects update, and our school site reports for Abraham Lincoln Elementary School and Herbert Slater Middle School. Before we adjourn, Superintendent Tranel, are there any last announcements?
Just have a great evening, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
10:30 would have been fine.